Chapter 276. In the darkness of the carriage, the young man had a faint smile on his lips. It was a smile that he did not want to show. There was a hint of shyness that a man should not have. His lightly spread eyebrows were like the murals in the temples of Qing, giving off a natural feeling of antiquity and nobility. "I don't understand." There was a hint of distress in the young man's smile. "I don't understand many things. For example, why did he investigate me? Does he not know that I truly admire him?" His fingers gently pinched the sachet at his waist. He sniffed the scent of lilacs that was slowly spreading out. He gently leaned his head against the soft wall of the carriage and half closed his eyes. "It is natural for me to admire him. Father is used to the life of a horse. Why does he value his literary name so much?" No one dared to respond to him. No one had the ability to respond to him. So the young nobleman was still trapped in that absurd sense of unreality. Why? Why? The bashful smile on his face gradually disappeared. He gently removed his fingers from the sachet and rubbed them against the tip of his nose, as if trying to preserve all the remaining fragrance on his fingertips. "This doesn't make sense. But there's nothing I can do." The young man sighed. He turned his head to look at the bunch of green grapes beside him. Suddenly, he reached out and grabbed the grape by its stem. He expressionlessly threw the grapes away. "Father loves him too much. More than he loves me." The corners of his mouth twitched nervously. He thought of the crown prince in the palace and his aunt in Shenyang. He waved his hand and said to the bowing censor beside him, "Sue for peace." Censor He Zongwei did not participate in this operation. He raised his head in surprise and saw a flash of weariness in the second prince's eyes. He did not speak for a while. The imperial censorate's imperial censor had been beaten until his flesh and bones were separated and his blood was dripping. This matter naturally became the most sensational news in Jingdo recently. The newly published newspaper in the palace lightly described the situation at the time, and the internal court bulletin of the government wrote it clearly. Everyone knew that through this incident, the emperor had once again emphasized the authority of the Overwatch Council. Even more obviously, he had once again emphasized his desire to protect the young man called Fan Xian. There was a seat in the royal study, and there was a seat in the Overwatch Council. If the imperial censor were to accuse him, it would mean that the emperor was giving him face. Fan Xian, this was already a dazzling name. Now, on top of the golden content, there was an additional thick black and gray border. Most officials did not dare to look directly at him. On the day the imperial censor was beaten, it was rumored that the young commissioner had knelt outside the royal study and begged the emperor to stop the punishment. The imperial censor was able to live because he had disregarded his former enmity and begged for mercy. At the time, Eunuch Ho, who had carried out the punishment, had casually revealed that the reason he had not beaten the imperial censor to death with 3 strikes was because of Commissioner Fan's secret request. On the surface, Fan Xian did not turn this matter into a favor to the imperial censorate. He maintained his silence on the matter of the cane. On the contrary, it was this attitude that allowed him to gain more understanding and support. After all, he had kept the lives of those pitiful imperial censors. The Jingdo scholars and imperial college students, who had secretly stood on his side, felt that they had not supported the wrong person. The people of the Qing kingdom had always thought the Overwatch Council was the emperor's dog. It was not until this matter, perhaps because Fan Xian's reputation as an immortal poet was too dazzling, that people began to learn to face this organization that had always been hidden in the dark. Their impression of the Overwatch Council, or at least the First Bureau, began to gradually change. There was a possibility of transition between black and white. Within the camp of good and evil, there was also a different kind of beauty. Gray silence. This was the Overwatch Council. There were still a few more days before the chrysanthemum viewing party in the royal palace. Fan Xian sat in his courtyard with his head half tilted, guessing what exactly Warner was embroidering. At the same time, he wondered what Fan Xija, the little bastard, had been playing these days. Occasionally, he would also wonder if the second prince, who was very similar to him, still had that slightly bashful smile on his lips. When Fan Xian thought of this matter, he was not very happy. Slightly bashful. Naive. This was his trademark. Suddenly discovering that someone more noble than him also had this quality, he began to feel uneasy in the depths of his heart. Young master. Ting Zijing respectfully reported, according to your wishes, Miss Shen has already moved into the garden. Fan Xian nodded. Has she been acting strangely these past few days? Ting Zijing replied, aside from her somewhat gloomy state of mind, there has been nothing out of the ordinary. Fan Xian nodded and slowly closed his eyes. Send an invitation for me. Invite the young and old of the Yen Manor over for a meal. Should I inform the master? Ting Zijing glanced at him and asked carefully. Fan Xian laughed and said, of course. If father knew that he was able to eat at the same table as Yan Ruohai, I'm afraid he would be much happier. Ting Zijing agreed and couldn't help but say, that imperial censor He Zongwei has come again. Young master, are you still not going to meet him today? Fan Xian opened his eyes. It was unclear what they meant. Of course, he knew He Zongwei. When he had first entered the capital, he had interacted with him at Yishir Tavern. At the time, this great scholar of the capital was attached to the only son of Guiyu, Guobaoquan, the Minister of Rites. Yet, he refused to pass up the opportunity to make friends with Fan Xian. He was presumably a scholar who was passionate about power. As for why he had become the imperial censor, Fan Xian was very clear about the hidden reasons. He knew that he had been visiting every day, representing that noble master. Because of Fan Xian, even Li Hongqing was avoiding him. The second prince was probably a little annoyed. See him. Fan Xian waved his hand and stood up. The preparations in the council were almost complete. Seeing him and expressing his attitude was not an undeclared war. After walking around the garden for a long time, Fan Xian felt a little annoyed. When he reached the front residence, he wondered why he had run so fast the night he returned from northern Qi. Perhaps he was really worried that his sister would run away and his wife would make a cuckold of him. As he thought this, he realized that the gravel path between the autumn trees was a little short. He walked into the study of the front residence. The imperial censor, He Zongwei, was already sitting in the room. Seeing Fan Xian arrive, He Zongwei hurriedly stood up and bowed. Master Fan. Fan Xian waved his hand. It's not the first time we've met. There's no need to be so polite. That was true. After last spring, He Zongwei often came to Fan Manor to visit. Perhaps he wanted to walk the same path as the Fan family, but he didn't expect Fan Xian to have already seen through his thoughts about Ruoruo. Plus, he didn't like the man's deeply hidden nature, so he cleanly drew the line between them. After coming a few times and being ignored, He Zongwei retreated. But this famous scholar of the capital was no stranger to the people of Fan Manor. He Zongwei saw that there was no one else in the study. I have come because of a previous matter, he said straightforwardly. A previous matter. Fan Xian only said these two words before closing his mouth. The ends of his brows rose slightly. With a glimmer of interest, he looked at Imperial Censor He Zongwei's face. However, he waved his hand and stopped him from continuing to speak. He Zongwei's face was dark. It was obvious that he came from a poor family when he was young. But these years in the capital, and half a year in the bureaucracy, had made him more mature, and had slightly shed some of the arrogance of a scholar. His eyes were unusually clear, and his face was full of undisguised righteousness. Anyone who saw him would feel that he was amiable. But in Fan Xian's eyes, it was incomparable disdain. What previous matter? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and asked with a smile. I am not very clear. He Zhongwei was indeed worthy of being the second prince's lobbyist. A faint smile appeared on his dark face, a sincere smile that could not be missed. It's nothing, it was a slip of the tongue. I just brought a box of good tea from Mount Yunwu on behalf of the second prince. Fan Xian looked at the seemingly ordinary box in front of him and fell silent. He knew that if he accepted this gift, it would be the same as making up for the incident with the censor a few days ago. From the second prince's point of view, perhaps Fan Xian had not suffered any losses, and had instead gained a great deal of face from the wooden staff in front of the palace walls. He should be willing to let the matter rest. Master He, it was a slip of the tongue. I remember something from before. Fan Xian looked at He Zhongwei with a smile. He Zhongwei couldn't help but feel his heart tremble. He felt that this young and handsome Master Fan, this young man who, as soon as he entered the capital, had completely stolen all of his glory as a scholar, how could his expression be so similar to the second prince's? What matter are you referring to, master? He Zhongwei felt a bit uneasy. Fan Xian looked at him coldly. I left the capital in the spring and went to northern Qi. Unexpectedly, I returned a few months ago and found that things in the capital had changed greatly. Even my father-in-law has been forced to retire. He Zhongwei's tongue felt a bit bitter. He couldn't say anything. He knew that the thing he feared the most had finally happened. Fan Xian quietly said, Master He, you should know who Wu Bowen is, right? He Zhongwei forced himself to be alert. He is the Prime Minister's strategist. Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. Master He, you are indeed a man with an old friendship. This spring, you and Wu Bowen's widow entered the capital together. I wonder where Madame Wu is now. He Zhongwei gritted his teeth and stood. He cupped his hands in a salute and begged, Master Fan, that day I was grieved over the death of an old member of the Guo family, so I boldly brought Madame Wu into the capital. Correct, the Prime Minister's downfall is inextricably linked to my actions. However, this matter involves the laws of the Qin Kingdom. I dare not conceal it. I hope you can understand. Naturally, he did not have the extravagant hope that Fan Xian would let him go. Relying on the fact that he was now on good terms with the second prince, he stubbornly said, You can target me as much as you want. However, the second prince is sincere. I hope you will not insist. Fan Xian glanced at him and lightly said, I am an official of the court. Naturally, I will not target someone. However, I am also just an ordinary person. I will always remember some personal grudges. He Zhongwei glanced at him with hatred in his eyes. He knew that the peace talks today had already become an illusion. Although the Prime Minister's downfall had something to do with him, that was his duty as a subject of the Qin Kingdom. So what if he used some tricks? Did the father-son-in-law pair not know how to use tricks? Thinking of this, he rose and bowed, preparing to leave in a huff. Fan Xian looked at him with extreme disgust. Suddenly, he did something that did not match his status. He stepped forward and kicked He Zhongwei in the waist. There was a muffled sound, and He Zhongwei fell to the ground in embarrassment. He Zhongwei was, after all, a famous figure in the capital. He was also the imperial censor. He angrily climbed to his feet and pointed at Fan Xian. You dare hit me. Fan Xian clenched his fists. I was kicking you. You came to my manor to ask for a beating. Naturally, I had to satisfy you. He threw a few more punches. Although he did not dare to kill He Zhongwei, he still beat He Zhongwei into a pig's head. He Zhongwei did not dare to stay any longer. Holding his aching head, he remembered that when Fan Xian had made his debut, he had been famous for his dark fists. He quickly scrambled out of the manor. However, as he was leaving the room, he suffered another flying kick from Fan Xian and a dart from a tea box. Fan Xian looked at the wretched figure of the servant and felt a little better. He lowered his head and spat. "You tricked my father-in-law, and now you come to my manor to ask for peace. F***ck, if this isn't asking for a beating, then what is?" Ting Zijing flashed over from the side and smiled bitterly. "Young master, if word of this gets out, I'm afraid it won't look good on the old master." Fan Xian shrugged. "It's just beating a barking dog. It's all for his master to see." It was said that a few months ago, when Fan Xian was still part of the diplomatic mission heading north, he had received the council's court bulletin. He clearly understood how the prime minister, his father-in-law, had fallen from power. And with the help of the dead old man Xiao En, his judgment of the matter was even more accurate. Wu Boan was a strategist the eldest princess had placed in the prime minister's office. Last summer, he had instigated the second son of the Lin family to join forces with Northern Qi to assassinate Fan Xian on Nyolan Street. Unexpectedly, he had died under a grape trellis. Because of this, Wu Boan's son was also tortured to death by the prime minister's men in Shandong. Fan Xian naturally did not know that this was the doing of Yuan Hongdao, Chen Pingping's deepest spy. Wu Boan's wife had been arranged to enter the capital by Xinyang. Cleverly, through He Zhongwei, she had moved into the old residence of an old imperial censor, and began to lodge a complaint against the emperor. What really toppled Prime Minister Lin was a very unreasonable murder. On the streets of the capital, an assassin had attempted to assassinate Wu Boan's wife. It seemed that the Prime Minister's men had wanted to silence her, but she had been saved by the combined efforts of the second prince and Crown Prince Jing. This matter was reported to the palace, and Prime Minister Lin Ruofu had no choice but to accept the deal and dejectedly leave the capital. It was from that report that Fan Xian began to suspect the role the second prince and Crown Prince Jing played in this matter. It was also from that day onwards that he began to think about the true relationship between the second prince and the eldest princess of Xinyang. Every time he saw De Bao, Fan Xian would think of his father-in-law, who had returned home. This was not some official matter of state. It was just a personal grudge between Fan Xian and the second prince. Although Fan Xian must have had more far-reaching plans behind it, at least as the son-in-law, Fan Xian had to take revenge on this matter. Fan Xian rubbed his fists and stretched his muscles. He felt much better. He turned around and returned to the back residence. As he walked, he said to Ting Zijing in a clear voice, "Don't tell father about this. I think that He Zhongwei would be too embarrassed to spread it around." When he arrived at the back residence, Warner was still earnestly embroidering something. Fan Xian looked at his wife, smiled slightly, and walked up to her. He was too embarrassed to spread the news that He Zhongwei had been beaten, but the second prince still knew about it. He increasingly did not understand what Fan Xian was relying on to be so arrogant. The second prince did not seem to have much power in the court, but in reality, with the help of the eldest princess of Xinyang, he had already gained the loyalty of many court officials, so he actually did not think much of Fan Xian. But now that he thought about it, this Fan Xian was clearly a great scholar with a scholarly heart and a refined heart. How did he become such an unreasonable official? Could it be that the Overwatch Council really had such a great influence on a person? But the second prince still believed that Fan Xian was at most caught up in a personal dispute. He did not wish to condescend to see Fan Xian under these circumstances. He assumed that Fan Xian would have calmed down after beating He Zhongwei, so the second prince only wrote a letter to Xinyang. He was not too worried. Within the beautiful Li Palace in Xinyang, a beautiful old tree was slowly and silently plucking its leaves. The yellowish leaves floated among the white gauze curtains. A soft hand reached into the air and gently caught a leaf. The veins on the hand were not very thick, but they faintly moved through the white jade-like skin, like the spirit of jade. It was very beautiful. Eldest Princess Li Yunrui, who had left the capital for a year, yawned like a young girl. She threw the withered leaf in her hand to the ground, raised her arm to support her chin, and turned her eyes slightly, overflowing with charm. "What do you think, Master Yuan?" Yuan Hongdao, who had betrayed Prime Minister Lin Ruofu and was now working for Xinjiang, was expressionless. However, there was a hint of surprise in his eyes. "The second prince is blessed by the heavens. He has underestimated the enemy a little." The eldest princess giggled. "That Fan Xian is only a young man. To call him an enemy, Master Yuan is being overly cautious." Yuan Hongdao laughed bitterly. "This son-in-law is no ordinary man." Although the matter of Northern Qi was not fully accomplished, and the eldest princess's clever plan was not fully realized, Master Fan was ingenious. His hands were not stained with blood, but he provoked the Emperor of Northern Qi to secretly send Shang Shanhu to assassinate Xinzhong. How can such a man be described as reckless? Besides, the son-in-law is the immortal poet of his generation. Such a well-spoken but well-intentioned man, his thoughts are many times more complicated than those of an ordinary man. The eldest princess sighed and slowly rose from the brocade couch. Her luxurious palace robes revealed a large portion of her neck, which was incomparably fair, like a swan's. That kid. Not only did he not save Xiao En, he even sabotaged Xinzhong in the end. The Cui family is complaining every day, and the position of provost of the Discipline Commission in Northern Qi is still empty. The brocade guards don't dare to make decisions, and for a while, the distribution channels are blocked. The eldest princess's confidant, Huang Yi, who had been standing quietly to the side, respectfully said, "We are currently in discussion with the Empress Dowager of Northern Qi. But the young Emperor of Northern Qi has been very stubborn lately, and has stubbornly resisted the Empress Dowager's order to appoint Marquis Ningho as Provost of the Discipline Commission." The eldest princess laughed coldly. That old woman of Northern Qi is really an idiot. She could have chosen any unremarkable confidant, but she insisted on having her own brother be the head of the Secret Service. Does she think her own son is stupid? Yuan Hongdao reminded her, "Let's not talk about the matter of Northern Qi for now. I just don't know how things will develop in the capital." Huang Yi had always disliked how he had gained the eldest princess's trust not long after arriving in Xinjiang. Suppressing the faint jealousy in his heart, he said, "After the chaos in the capital for a while, things should calm down. Presumably, His Majesty does not wish for the successor of the Overwatch Council, whom he had personally chosen, to have an irreconcilable conflict with his own son." Yuan Hongdao laughed coldly. "I don't know what His Majesty is thinking, but I do know that Sir Fan Jr. is someone who refuses to be taken advantage of." This time, the Imperial Censorate's imperial censors collectively denounced him, originally to remind him that there were some things he could not touch. Who would have thought that His Majesty would favor him so much? Fan Xian's face has been damaged, and naturally, he will find a way to get it back. Huang Yi didn't care about his expression. Do you think that Fan Xian would dare to make a big deal out of this? Only now did the eldest princess smile slightly. What Sir Yuan says makes sense. This time, I shouldn't have rushed the Imperial Censorate to touch that little guy. That little guy's personality is quite stubborn. She suddenly covered her mouth and laughed. Huang Yi, don't say it like that. That son-in-law of mine really likes to make trouble. Fan Jian, that old thing, named his son Ji. Presumably, he had the foresight to know that my son-in-law couldn't stay quiet. As she covered her mouth and laughed, the Li Palace was suddenly filled with a bright and beautiful color. The liveliness in her eyes and the charm in her brows were like the rain in autumn, moistening every inch of space. It made Huang Yi freeze where he stood, not knowing what to say. Even Yuan Hongdao couldn't help but be a little absent-minded. I reckon that my good son-in-law will certainly take a few more bites out of the second prince, the eldest princess said with a smile. Write a letter and have the second prince sue for peace. No matter how injured he is, he will sue for peace. Although the words of the most beautiful woman in the Qin kingdom were gentle, no one dared to comment on the power contained within. Huang Yi wanted to say something but stopped. He couldn't help but shake his head. The eldest princess smiled sweetly. Mother's letter says that she wants me to return to the palace for the new year. Just wait. Wait until I return to the capital. I will have a good time with my son-in-law. In Jingdo, in the embrace of the autumn night, the secret agents of the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council began to move. The director of the Imperial Astronomer was an unremarkable position. However, at special times, such as when a meteor fell or was eaten by a dog, he was responsible for explaining things to the emperor. His explanations sometimes had serious consequences. He was the second prince's man. However, before he had time to show his usefulness, he had been captured by the most famous black dogs in the Qin kingdom. On the long street, with a whooshing sound, a dozen black-clothed men, like demons of the night, jumped directly into the manor of the director of the Imperial Astronomer. By the time the guards reacted, their master had already been tied up like a rice dumpling by these black-clothed men. However, these bandits did not leave. On the contrary, they lit up the lights in the courtyard. Under the light of the courtyard, the guards, who were armed with martial arts, looked at the black-clothed men's clothes and did not dare to make a move. Mu Tai, dressed in black and personally leading the way, looked coldly at the miscellaneous people present and the family of the director of the Imperial Astronomer. Enunciating each word, he said, "The Overwatch Council is handling a case by imperial edict." After saying this, the officials of the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council dragged the director of the Imperial Astronomer out of the manor and stuffed him into a carriage. In a moment, they disappeared into the pitch-black night. A wail suddenly rang out in the director's manor, and the lights gradually went out. Chapter 277. In the autumn of the 5th year of the Qin calendar, the palace eunuch Hongzhu carried a thick stack of documents. Half-bent, he jogged toward the room in the west corner of the door. The tips of his seemingly small feet stepped on the slightly wet ground without any hesitation. The hem of the light blue robe he wore had been lifted to prevent him from tripping over it. His right hand was placed horizontally on the stack of documents. The wide sleeve covered the documents tightly, terrified that the lead-like heavy clouds in the sky would squeeze out a few drops of rain and wet these documents. Stepping over the threshold, he went through the procedures of taking over the documents. He exchanged names with the eunuchs in the room. Only then did Hongzhu relax. He carefully signed his name on the form and handed over the documents in his clothes. The Hall of Governmental Affairs was the central place where the Qin kingdom handled court politics. In the past, its position was not as important as it was today because there was still a prime minister in charge of the 6 ministries. All memorials had to be read by the prime minister before they could enter the palace to ask for an edict. Now that the powerful Prime Minister Lin Ruofu had quietly returned home, the position of the Hall of Governmental Affairs immediately became apparent. The emperor had brought up a few old officials to discuss matters in the Hall of Governmental Affairs. He had placed the place of discussion outside the corner of the royal palace to make it easier to communicate. Presently, the people in charge of court affairs in the Hall of Governmental Affairs were Shu the scholar and a few old officials. The slightly cold autumn wind blew in from the square in front of the palace. Hongzhu rubbed his hands and let out a breath. He stood quietly outside the door, waiting for the old official's replies. At this time, he could not leave. He stood obediently outside the door and pricked up his ears to listen to the movements inside. Occasionally, an official would walk past him and politely nod his head in greeting. Hongzhu knew his identity and quickly smiled and bowed. However, no one thought it was strange for him to stay outside the Hall of Governmental Affairs temporary study hall because they all knew this little eunuch's job. Occasionally, some of the little eunuchs sent out by the palace to serve the elders would see him and respectfully bow to him, inviting him to the side room to hide from the cold. Hongzhu did not have much etiquette toward these little eunuchs. He nodded his head proudly and continued to stand guard outside the door. He was only 16 years old this year, but he had such a small status in the imperial palace. The reason was that his daily work was an extremely important part of the imperial palace. More importantly, his surname was Hong, so there had always been rumors in the imperial palace that he might be a relative of eunuch Hong. Hongzhu rubbed the little fire lump growing on the left side of his lower lip. He was a bit angry. These few days, the Overwatch Council had been arresting people fiercely. The memorials from the civil officials were fiercely. The arguments in the Hall of Governmental Affairs were fiercely. He had been running around in and out of the palace a few times a day. He was so busy that he pissed his pants. The anger in his body was too strong, and it had rushed out. He thought that when he returned to the palace, he would definitely go to the small kitchen and ask for a bowl of herbal tea to drink. The discussion inside the door wasn't very loud, but it still reached his ears. This is a matter of the Overwatch Council. I don't know why His Majesty has returned the memorial. Perhaps. The voice that followed was hesitant. Is it because His Majesty feels that Commissioner Fan has gone too far recently? An old official's angry voice rang out, how is it just going overboard? He, Fan Xian, is clearly using the power in his hands to strike down dissidents. In a short 10 days, he has arrested 5 officials and entered the Overwatch Council in the middle of the night to kidnap people. How is this like the Overwatch Council of the court? They are practically bandits in his hands. Another disapproving voice rang out, Commissioner Fan does things openly and honorably. After these 5 officials were arrested, the next day, a detailed list of their crimes was posted on the wall outside the Supreme Court. The people of Jingdo all know. I think Sir Yan's words are a bit excessive. The first bureau of the Overwatch Council does such things as supervising the governance of officials. What does it have to do with striking down dissidents? I think it is because those 5 officials did not handle matters properly that there is such trouble. The old official surnamed Yen said angrily, not striking down dissidents? Then why did the Overwatch Council suddenly make so many moves after the Imperial Censorate reported him last time? That person smiled coldly and said, if it was a strike for revenge, why did Sir Fan Jr. not make a move against the Imperial Censorate? That is because His Majesty is wise and strictly forbids the Overwatch Council from participating in the Imperial Censorate's affairs. That person's cold laugh appeared even more disdainful. Then dare I ask Minister Yen, what is the relationship between the Imperial Censorate and the Imperial Censorate? If Fan Xian wanted revenge, why did he arrest the director of the Imperial Censorate? The Minister of Appointments Yen Hongxu's words were cold for a moment. After a moment, he said in a cold voice, no matter what, we can't let the Overwatch Council make matters worse. If they continue to arrest people like this, will they have to arrest all the officials of the court? That person said mockingly, you can rest assured, Minister. The Overwatch Council does not have the power to act against officials of the 3rd rank and above. The hidden meaning in these words was a bit sinister, implying that the Minister of Appointments was not upright, which was why he was so angry at the Overwatch Council's investigation. However, there was a limit to the Overwatch Council's power. Officials of the 3rd rank and above could not be touched. Yen Hongxu's angry voice immediately reached the ears of the young eunuch Hongzhu outside the door. How absurd! Are you going to watch the Overwatch Council grow from now on? The person who had spoken first began to act as a mediator. Warmly, he said, "Don't be angry, Minister. Shao Qin, don't say anything else. The Overwatch Council can only investigate cases. Unless specifically approved by the Emperor, they cannot judge cases. These officials." He coughed and said, "Whether they are guilty or not will be decided after the Supreme Court has examined them. It's just that His Majesty's intention is very clear. The few of us must have an opinion." The person called Shao Qin rushed to say, "Council affairs are matters the Emperor personally manages. As an official, I dare not comment too much." Minister Yan said angrily, "I think this trend cannot be allowed to continue. If Fan Xian is allowed to do as he pleases, do you all really want the Qin court to produce another Chen Pingping?" Hong Zhu, who was standing guard outside the door, stood on his tiptoes and clearly heard the conversation inside. A cold smile rose to the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, the relationship between the Emperor and Director Qin is not something you civil officials can compare to. Just as he was thinking this, he saw the advisor of the Bureau of Military Affairs, Qin Heng, push open the door with a cold smile on his face. He quickly went forward to curry favor and said, "Sir Qin, I am in a hurry to return to the palace. When can I get it?" Qin Heng was over 30 years old. He was the biological son of the Bureau of Military Affairs, General Qin. Last year, during the war against Northern Qi, he had been the commander of the Qing army at the time. Given his seniority, it was not enough for him to enter the Hall of Governmental Affairs to discuss matters. However, after the last strike, General Qin had claimed illness and did not appear in court. The Emperor had specially ordered Qin Heng to enter the Hall of Governmental Affairs to discuss matters. It could be considered a generous gift to the Qin family. It also showed that the Qin kingdom still attached great importance to military service. General Qin of the Bureau of Military Affairs claimed illness and did not appear in court. Originally, the officials thought it was because the Qin family could not bear to see the commissioner of the Overwatch Council Fan Xian's popular arrogance in court. However, Hong Zhu heard Qin Heng defend Fan Xian at every turn, and he couldn't help but have some misgivings. Qin Heng glanced at the little eunuch and smiled. Let them argue all they want. In the end, no one will dare to go against the Emperor's will. You don't keep eavesdropping. In any case, even if you were given 18 guts, you wouldn't dare to take it as a joke to others. Why bother keeping it to yourself? Hong Zhu lowered his eyes and smiled. He watched as the most popular military figure in court disappeared into the entrance of the guest room. He shook his head in confusion. Before long, the Hall of Governmental Affairs discussion, or rather, argument, finally ended under the mediation of Shu the scholar. The various officials tactfully wrote down their opinions on the documents, asking the Emperor to be more careful about this matter. After all, although the 5 officials who had fallen from their horses were not of high rank, they were all old people in the capital. As the saying went, all things grieved for their own kind. These civil officials did not want to see the Overwatch Council pull them down so easily. Thus, Hong Zhu carried the documents again and lifted his light blue palace robes to his waist. Using his sleeves to cover the documents, he stood on his tiptoes, arched his buttocks, and jogged toward the palace. From the temporary residence of the Hall of Governmental Affairs to the royal study in the palace, it was all under the clouds. In everyone's eyes, under the protection of the palace guards, there was no need to worry that someone would harm the Qin kingdom's most important documents. Hong Zhu was particularly pleased as he ran. Along the way, there were a few serving girls who greeted him with affectionate and gentle voices, but he had no time to pay attention to them. He also ignored the fawning gazes of the little eunuchs. Running outside the royal study, Hong Zhu calmed his breathing and pushed open the door with his eyes lowered. He carefully and gently placed the documents under the desk. The emperor, who had been frowning as he read the memorials from the south, picked one up and read it. His frown grew tighter. His thin lips suddenly opened and he said in a cold voice, "These mediocre people. Shu Wu only knows how to laugh. Yan Hangshu, on the other hand, has some guts. The boy from the Qin family is not bad." Hongzhu did not dare listen to these thunderous words of the emperor. He stood silently to the side, his heart very nervous. The emperor waved his hand. It was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from Hongzhu's shoulders and he left the royal study. Today's matter was over. He followed the cobblestone path and made a few turns before coming to the side of Taiji Palace. In that side room, a few eunuchs were cracking melon seeds and playing. Seeing him come, they quickly invited him to take a seat and asked with a smile, "What's so strange about today?" Hongzhu's face carried impatience as he said, "Isn't it just listening to those elders quarrel every day? What's so new about it?" These eunuchs quickly flattered him. Eunuch Hong goes back and forth between the royal study and the hall of governmental affairs every day. The important matters of the Qin court are all happening under your eyes, so naturally, you don't find it new. Another one joined in the fun and said, "Of course, if you want to talk about the vital parts of the Qin court, they are all held in Eunuch Hong's arms." No matter how proud Hongzhu was, he still had a bit of wariness. He quickly put on a serious expression and said, "What nonsense are you saying? I am nothing more than a servant." The eunuch chuckled and said, "Other than the emperor, all of the Qing officials and gentry are servants. Eunuch Hong, you don't know, but your name has spread far and wide. Even when I am outside buying cloth for the palace, when others hear that I am on good terms with you, they all look at me in a different light. Everyone says that in Jingdo, other than Sir Fan Jr. in the minister's manor, there is only you, Eunuch Hong." Hongzhu stretched out his hand and smoothed the strand of hair on his forehead. He smiled and didn't say anything. Although he knew that he and the world-shaking Sir Fan Jr. were not on the same level, everyone loved to hear flattery, particularly when he was mentioned in the same breath as that person. It was hard not to feel proud in his heart. Just at that moment, a shadow walked past the door of the side hall. The eunuchs quickly shut their mouths. Hongzhu's heart also trembled. He saw clearly that it was Eunuch Dai of Lady Shu's palace. Although he had accepted the task of holding documents, in terms of rank, he was far from Eunuch Dai's. Only when Eunuch Dai had walked far away did a young eunuch spit on the ground. Seeming to feel that the silence just now was somewhat degrading, he hatefully said, "This Eunuch Dai is no longer the same as he was in the past. Fortunately, I didn't come to my senses earlier. Why should we pay attention to him when he is in such dire straits?" Hongzhu's heart jumped and he asked, "What happened to Eunuch Dai?" The young eunuch's eyebrows danced as he said, "A few days ago, the imperial censor accused Sir Fan Jr. and pulled out Eunuch Dai. Although in the end, the emperor beat the imperial censor with a rod, Eunuch Dai was also punished. Now I hear that not only has the emperor taken away Eunuch Dai's task of announcing imperial edicts, but even Lady Shu is preparing to kick him out of the palace." To the side, another person said to Hongzhu in a fawning manner, "Back when Eunuch Dai was popular, he beat and scolded us of the lower ranks. Now that he has lost power, who would want to pay attention to him? He is like an autumn leaf that has fallen into the mud. How can he compare to a fresh branch like Eunuch Hong?" Hongzhu listened to these fawning words that were becoming more and more unbearable and vulgar. He furrowed his brows and casually said a few words before quickly walking out of the side hall. He hurried along the palace's giant pillars and finally saw Eunuch Dai's somewhat dispirited figure in front of the stone door leading into the rear palace. He quickly ran forward and said in a fawning manner, "Eunuch Dai, I saw you from afar. I quickly came to pay my respects." Eunuch Dai glanced at him with surprise. Recently, it was rare for the little bastards in the palace to be as courteous as this person. He knew that Hongzhu had been working in the royal study and was gradually becoming popular, so he found it increasingly strange. Hongzhu did not say what was going on. He only skillfully fed each word of compliment to the other's heart, making Eunuch Dai very happy. Only then did they part. Watching Eunuch Dai disappear into the depths of the rear palace, the young Hongzhu revealed a pleased smile at the corners of his lips. Everyone else thought that Eunuch Dai would lose power, but Hongzhu did not think so. Since Eunuch Dai had connections to Sir Fan Jr. outside the palace, he would certainly stand up again. Hongzhu, this young eunuch, did not have much confidence in Eunuch Dai, but he had incomparable confidence in Commissioner Fan. Recently, he had been able to hear the discussions between the royal study and the Hall of Governmental Affairs every day. He knew just how popular Sir Fan Jr. was. The First Bureau of the Overwatch Council had arrested 5 officials within 10 days. The Emperor had maintained a neutral stance. No matter how strong the opinions of the Hall of Governmental Affairs were or how strong the backlash was, they were unable to touch Commissioner Fan at all. 10 days and 5 officials. Although they were all third-level and below officials, as a eunuch deep in the palace, Hongzhu knew very well what kind of boldness Sir Fan Jr. needed to make such a big ruckus. He also knew what kind of backer stood behind him. He was often in the royal study and knew very well that this backer was the Emperor of Qin Kingdom. Hongzhu touched the acne by the side of his lips that was about to burst out. He was incomparably envious of the Sir Fan Jr. outside the palace who was the center of attention. They were both young people, how could the difference in their lives be so great? If he could use Eunuch Dai's connection to attach himself to Sir Fan Jr.'s side, that would be wonderful. The fall of the Imperial Astronomer, Ministry of Appointments, and 5 officials in a row caused the darkness of the Overwatch Council to once again envelop Jingdo. However, the people of Jingdo did not care much about these things. In any case, the unlucky ones were all officials. What did it have to do with them? In officialdom, the evaluation of the First Bureau of the Overwatch Council leaned toward the negative side. Other than feeling that it hurt its own kind, there was more that it did not understand. No official could understand why the young Commissioner Fan would make a move against these seemingly unremarkable officials. Other than a very small number of people, no one knew that these fallen officials were all important pawns in the Second Prince's secret system. Many people thought Fan Xian was taking revenge. He was angry at the Imperial Censor's collective complaints. However, he was hindered by the Emperor's strict edict and could not act against the Imperial Censorate. Thus, like a rash man who had been provoked, he held a 7-catty butcher's knife and roared on the long street. He cut down anyone he met, particularly young children who had no power to protect themselves to vent the gloom in his heart. However, Commissioner Fan Xian, from his behavior in the past 2 years in the capital, should not be such an impulsive and brainless person. Fan Xian sat in Xinfeng restaurant with a smile. In his right hand, he held a pair of chopsticks and stirred the red noodles, which were covered in meat sauce and tempting saliva. In his left hand, he held the case files that Mu Tai had presented to him. These cases had been investigated very quickly. He had prepared well, and the First Bureau's evidence was very solid. It seemed that even if he were to send them to the Supreme Court or the Ministry of Justice, there would be no problem. Before he began this operation, of course, he had first asked his father and the old cripple. The 2 old foxes had expressed their silence, and so Fan Xian knew their attitude. This was something that had to be done. He had to make the Second Prince feel pain. He had to make him more cautious when listening to Xinyang in the future. At the same time, it would save him some trouble. However, the Second Prince's reaction surprised Fan Xian. After He Zhongwei had been chased out of the manor, he did not send anyone else to ask for peace. Presumably, the prince's dignity and self-restraint made him stop any further contact. However, the other party also did not launch a counterattack. There was something strange about this matter. What kind of place is Wangyue restaurant? Fan Xian asked curiously. An obscene expression appeared on Mu Tai's face. Fan Xian laughed and scolded him. You are so old. Be a good boy and go home to your grandchildren. Don't keep thinking about such things. Mu Tai's face was bitter. Although Wangyue restaurant is a brothel, it is one of the newest establishments in the capital this year. The first bureau secretly investigated and found that there must be an important figure behind this place. Recently, there has been a lot of activity there. It seems that someone is secretly planning something. Fan Xian had no interest in brothels. Lujing River was under the influence of Li Hongqing, the heir of King Jing. Although he was secretly fighting with the second prince, he did not want to have a falling out with Li Hongqing. They were friends, and who knew what would happen in the future. But he was very interested in what Mu Tai had to say. An important figure. How important? Mu Tai thought for a moment and then said, this brothel has an evil air to it. It's very daring, and it does all sorts of evil things. Within a few months, it has forced a number of women to their deaths. Seeing Yin Mo's silent attitude, I'm afraid the person behind it must be a prince. Fan Xian was silent. He did not know whether it was the crown prince or the second prince who was behind Wangyue restaurant. The great prince only liked to compete with people in the military, and His Majesty rewarded him generously. For the time being, he had no need for money. Under these circumstances, he could not afford to offend everyone at once. Thinking that the second prince was more likely, Fan Xian felt a bit more at ease. He said to Mu Tai, find some time to investigate. If it is as you say, that this high-class brothel is used by the great prince to contact the officials in the capital, then send a few people in. Mu Tai shook his head. That place is tightly controlled, and it is newly opened. It will be difficult to get in. Also, the Overwatch Council only monitors the officials. They can't do anything to the merchants and the common folk. Fan Xian looked at him angrily. The council may not be able to control the prostitutes, but it can control the yamen that controls them. In any case, keep a close eye on it. There was something he did not say to Mu Taiming. The second prince was too modest and quiet. Fan Xian always felt that he was holding onto a trump card, waiting to play it out at some point. After taking care of business, he did not return to the manor. Instead, with a headache, he sat in a carriage and went directly to King Jing's manor. Today, the entire Fan family was at King Jing's manor. For King Jing's birthday, he had not invited any guests. He had only invited Minister Fan's family. This kind of affection and care was right there. No matter how much Fan Xian did not want to see Li Hongqing, he had to make this trip. Walking into the manor, the first thing Fan Xian thought of was that a year and a half ago, he had once recited Lao Du's poem by the lake in the manor. After that, there had been the banquet, Zhuang Mohan vomiting blood, and Northern Chi's gift of a book. All these things seemed to have started in this quiet and noble manner before him. Fan Xian suddenly thought of the carriage full of precious books. After he had given them to the Imperial College, he had never had a chance to look at them. As he was thinking, Li Hongqing came to greet him. In his hand was a bowl of sour juice from outside the manor. Fan Xian sighed to himself. He took the bowl and drank it. You know I like the taste outside your manor, he said with a smile. The first time he had come to King Jing's manor, he had fainted and almost vomited. A bowl of sour juice had helped him recover. Crown Prince Li Hongqing looked into his eyes and shook his head. Now that you have the power of supervision, you can arrest whoever you want. Why don't you take the sour juice peddler outside my manor and bring him back to your house? Fan Xian heard the sharpness in his words. He laughed bitterly. I knew I couldn't escape today. When you brought me a bowl of sour juice, I thought it was strange. I thought you'd hit me with your fist. Li Hongqing snorted and walked side by side with him into the manor. So you know I'm not happy. He looked at Fan Xian and said hatefully, it's not just me who doesn't understand. The second prince doesn't understand either. Since you are not one of the crown prince's people, why do you care about these things? Fan Xian shook his head and laughed bitterly. Do you think I like to go around offending people? Or is it that person who forces me? Having said this, he pointed at the heavy autumn clouds in the sky. His fingers were straight, and he felt helpless. Chapter 278. I'm an idiot. Crown Prince Jing looked into Fan Xian's eyes seriously. Please tell me that I really am an idiot. Fan Xian did as he asked and said seriously, I think in some ways, you really are an idiot. Li Hongqing was talking about Fan Xian's finger pointing up at the sky. Fan Xian was talking about the prince's insistence on participating in the prince's battle for power. The autumn grass in the manor was neat and tidy. It did not give off a poignant feeling. On the contrary, it was like a yellowish blanket spread out on both sides of the road. Fan Xian knew that this was what King Jing, who loved gardening, worked hard every day. He pointed at the grass and said, Look, this is life. Li Hongqing laughed mockingly. If you are willing to tend the garden at home every day, I will have the second prince give you a few thousand mu of land in Jiangnan. Fan Xian shook his head in distress. I told you, these recent events were not my idea. You didn't believe me. Li Hongqing had a warm and sunny face, but at this moment, he was shocked by this news until his brows gradually furrowed. If the recent movements in the court were not Fan Xian's viciousness, but the emperor's secret plans, then this matter could not be good. Was the emperor no longer as fond of the second prince as he was in the beginning? Fan Xian glanced at him. Of course, I have my own selfish motives. You should know that I have no good feelings toward the second prince. Li Hongqing furrowed his brows. Ever since you entered the capital, the second prince and I have been kind to you. Of course, we can't say we were wholeheartedly, but we were at least closer than we were to the Eastern Palace. Fan Xian laughed coldly and didn't say anything. The two of them walked side by side into the manor. They did not go straight to the back garden. King Jing's birthday banquet had not yet begun. Walking into the prince's secret study, Fan Xian sat by the table. There was a glimmer of coldness between his brows as he stared at Li Hongqing. The servant who had brought the tea had left, leaving only the two of them in the study. Polite? Having the imperial censorate act against me is polite. Li Hongqing was slightly startled. He smiled bitterly and said, The imperial censorate, that was my aunt's idea. You know why. Who told you to start investigating my aunt and the second prince as soon as you returned to the capital? Fan Xian did not bring up the matter of Niulan Mountain. Instead, he shook his head and said, As I said earlier, I have my own selfish motives. You should also understand why I want to investigate the eldest princess and the second prince. All the money in the palace treasury has been taken by the two of them. You want me to take over an empty shell next year? Li Hongqing said, No matter what, you are the eldest princess son-in-law. She only has one girl, Warner. Would she really force you into a dead end? Let's take a step back. It's always good for everyone to live in peace. It's fine to take a step back. Fan Xian looked at him and said seriously, I'm just worried about you. I know that the reason you stand on the second prince's side is because you think that if he becomes emperor in the future, he will be more successful than the one in the Eastern Palace. His temperament seems gentle and kind, so you think that the manor will be more comfortable after he takes over. But have you ever thought that if he really becomes the emperor, won't he remember these things? Li Hongqing smiled and said, "It's a good thing that it came from your mouth. Otherwise, others would think it was a clumsy attempt to sow discord." Fan Xian waved his hand and said, "This is serious talk. Just treat it as me being meddlesome. In the spring, I told you by the Lujing River that you shouldn't get involved in these things." He looked into Li Hongqing's eyes and said, "I know what you've done. But because of your status as King Jing, even if you have thousands of women at your command, you don't have a single soldier. It's not that I'm being arrogant, but the power you have is less than mine. How can you travel among these princes as you wish?" Without waiting for Li Hongqing's reply, Fan Xian stood up and said seriously, "What I'm saying is actually a bit narcissistic. Perhaps you laugh at me in your heart, but since the emperor has already been moved, I don't think the second prince will have many good days in the future. If you can keep your distance, keep it that way." He patted Li Hongqing's shoulder and said sincerely, "I'm not saying this for anything else. It's just for Ruoruo." Li Hongqing was silent. Although his face was expressionless, his heart was moved. After a moment, he said quietly, "You don't understand the second prince. He was forced to do this. Besides, he and I are friends. I can't let go." Fan Xian shook his head and didn't say anything. King Jing's birthday banquet began. There was a large, round table with flowers, and all kinds of expensive dishes. King Jing sat at the head of the table. His long beard floated in the wind, and he was dressed like a wealthy merchant. He didn't look like a prince, nor did he look like a gardener. Instead, he looked like a salt merchant in Jiangnan who was bored and worried about being rich. Seeing his son walk in with Fan Xian, King Jing laughed and waved for Fan Xian to come over. He said, "Sit next to me." Fan Xian was most afraid of King Jing swearing, so he sat down with a bitter face. He turned his head and saw Wan sitting next to him, giggling and looking at him. His sister sat next to Wan her face calm. Thinking of how he had shamelessly used Ruoruo's name to temporarily appease Li Hongqing, Fan Xian despised himself from the depths of his bones. He raised his cup to King Jing, and then to his father and Lady Lu, who were sitting across from him. Only then did he accept his punishment for being late. There was no one else at the birthday banquet, just the Li and Fan families. But with the elders at the table, both the Crown Prince and Fan Xian couldn't help but be a bit reserved. The sumptuous banquet was tasteless. After 3 rounds of wine, King Jing was a bit unhappy. He picked up the wine pot and said to Fan Xian, "How do you manage your children at home? With you here, Fan Xian and the others don't dare to say anything." Fan Xian picked up a silky deer tail and chewed on it. He said slowly, "It's better than you. At least I won't curse in front of my children. **CKU. King Jing wiped the wine off his chin and scolded, "Don't speak ill of me in front of my daughter. Princess Jing died young." There were still a few concubines in the house, but they didn't have the right to sit at the banquet table. Princess Rojia and Crown Prince Li Hongqing sat to his right. Rojia heard her father's profanity, and she secretly raised her head to look at Fan Xian. She was ashamed and angry, and felt very humiliated. Hearing this, Fan Xian's face darkened. He scolded back, "Go slap yourself." Since Wan married into the Fan family, this was the first time she had seen the two families sitting together. Seeing that the two elders didn't seem appropriate, she quickly pulled on Fan Xian's sleeve. Hearing her father-in-law tell a prince to slap himself, she couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Fan Xian, on the other hand, was used to seeing it, so he didn't really care. Speaking of which, it was strange. His father had always been cautious and upright. It was only in front of King Jing that he would reveal his romantic and unrestrained aura, like when he slept in a brothel at night and broke a branch in the morning. Hearing that Fan Xian wanted him to slap himself, King Jing was about to say something when he suddenly remembered what he had said. He couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. Smiling bitterly, he raised his right hand and gently slapped his own face. The slap was a little loud. Fan Xian didn't let it go. He pointed his chopsticks at King Jing's nose and scolded, "Your son is about to marry a wife, and you're not going to learn how to speak properly." King Jing said, "That was a slip of the tongue." He glared at the juniors, and fiercely said, "None of you heard what I said." Then he coughed awkwardly, and asked Fan Xian, "Fan Xian, how is my mother doing in Danzhou?" Lin Wan lowered her head to stifle her laughter. Only now did she remember why Minister Fan had dared to tell King Jing to slap himself. Her husband's grandmother's status was not ordinary. King Jing had been raised by that grandmother in Danzhou. Fan Xian's face was bitter. He thought to himself, "Why drag me into your quarrel?" He briefly talked about his grandmother's recent situation, which was nothing more than her health. He rolled his eyes and said, "King Jing, let's drink, let's drink." "Right, since you have nothing to do in the capital, and Hongqing is just idling in the capital, why don't we find some time next year to go back to Danzhou and play for a few days? The tea trees there are excellent." King Jing looked at Fan Xian and knew what he meant. He liked it more and more. He smiled and said, "That's a good idea. I'll go to the palace tomorrow and tell the emperor, but you won't be able to go. You'll have to go to Jiangnan next year." Li Hongqing, who had been listening with his ears perked up, was shocked. He thought to himself, "Fan Xian, what a brilliant move." Fan Xian asked, "Why do I have to go to Jiangnan?" King Jing scolded him, "You usually look very smart. Even the second prince suffered a lot at your hands. How can you be so stupid now? Next year, you're going to take over the palace treasury. If you don't go to Jiangnan, how can you do it?" Fan Xian rubbed his head, confused. "Why do I have to go to Jiangnan to take over the palace treasury?" King Jing looked at Fan Jing and widened his eyes. "I say, Fan Jing, is your son pretending to be stupid, or is he really stupid?" Fan Jing glared at Fan Xian and said, "I had thought that although he didn't have great wisdom, he had some small tricks up his sleeve. Now I know that he doesn't even have small tricks up his sleeve." Lin Wan pouted and said, "My husband doesn't know that the 3 workshops of the palace treasury are all in Jiangnan. Uncle, go drink your wine. Why do you keep bringing up these boring things?" King Jing almost choked. He laughed and scolded her. "Girls are always extroverted. No matter what, I'm still your uncle. How can you keep talking about the Fan family after getting married?" Lin Wan laughed. "I see that you also love my husband. Why do you keep scolding me?" Li Hongqing, who was sitting to the right, nodded and sighed. He looked at Fan Xian, who was sitting next to his father, and the way his father looked at Fan Xian with a smile in his eyes. His heart was filled with jealousy. Like the second prince, he was unhappy. Why did his father like Fan Xian so much? Whose father was he? The banquet went on until the end. A few of the younger generation toasted and gave their birthday wishes. This finally made King Jing happy, and his words became more and more absurd. One time, he said that after the marriage, the 2 families should quickly have a baby. The next time, he said that when Ro Jia was 2 years older, she should just marry Fan Xian to avoid letting someone else take advantage of her. Ruoruo grabbed her sleeves nervously, not daring to reply. Li Hongqing's expression was calm. There was a glimmer of affection in his eyes. He glanced at his fiancée a few times. Fan Xian was the most nervous. He quickly replied, "Who is Ro Jia? How could she be my concubine?" "King, you've really drunk too much." Ro Jia glared at Brother Xian with hidden bitterness. King Jing was drunk. He scolded, "The capital is full of bastards. How can I be at ease if they marry someone else? Who are they? Aren't they my daughters? Are they not good enough for you?" He turned his head to Wan Shen "Do you have any objections?" Lin Wan smiled. "I don't have any objections. As long as you can persuade the Empress Dowager, this matter is settled." As soon as King Jing heard the word Empress Dowager, he sobered up. He remembered that his mother would not allow Fan Xian to marry both of his granddaughters at the same time. He couldn't help but curse. "We have to think of something. Ro Jia's temperament is too weak. Damn it, not marrying Fan Xian. Wouldn't that be giving Zikong to the woman in the north? It's not worth it, not worth it. Fan Xian is so beautiful. It's not worth it to let the tigress in the north take advantage." He looked at Fan Jing in a drunken manner. "What is the name of the woman in the north?" Fan Jing had obviously drunk too much. He hiccuped and spoke with a hint of pride. "Hai Tang. She is a saintess in the north. She is the last disciple of Imperial Advisor Ku He. I don't know why she has taken a fancy to my good-for-nothing son." Although he said good-for-nothing, it was clear that the old man was very proud of himself. As soon as he said this, everyone at the table began to laugh. Even Lady Lu, who had been silent all this time, couldn't help but cover her mouth. Fan Xizhe and Li Hongqing laughed the most. Fan Xian was the saddest person at the table. He had not expected his father to be so unrestrained after getting drunk. He had also not expected his father to remember Haitang's name. Fan Xian felt a slight pain in his forearm, but his expression did not change. He gently grabbed Wan Er's hand and raised his cup with his left hand. He smiled warmly. "Drink, drink." There was another burst of laughter at the table. Even Ruoruo, who had been inexplicably uneasy, began to laugh. "That Haitang." King Jing suddenly spoke. "I'm afraid she is no longer Ku He's last disciple." Fan Xian had been nervous when he heard the name Haitang, but after hearing the last sentence, he knew that the things he had arranged had finally begun. The news had already begun to spread to the capital. Fan Jing nodded and revealed a puzzled expression. "That is strange. That Haitang." He looked at his son and continued. "It is said that she is a genius. She is the youngest superior 9th-level master in history. The people of Northern Qi say that she is a Tianmai being. With a disciple like that, what could Ku He not be satisfied with? He actually wants to open up his own sect and take on another disciple." Crown Prince Li Hongqing also knew about this. He frowned. Could it be a conspiracy by Northern Qi? King Jing scolded him. "Conspiracy my ass. Taking a disciple is a conspiracy, but is Ku He having a meal also a conspiracy? Don't think about these things every day. Be careful that you don't tire yourself out. You're a grown man, and yet you don't have any prospects." Li Hongqing went off to make a fortune in silence. Fan Xizhe stood to the side and touched his cup with him with deep sorrow. Fan Jing couldn't bear to watch King Jing lecture his son. Although it cannot be a conspiracy, it is indeed strange. After Ku He went into seclusion for a few months, he suddenly said that he understood the will of heaven and wanted to take on 2 new female disciples. He also said something about a blessing from heaven. This is really strange. King Jing slowly drained his cup of wine. With a serious expression, he said, "The 4 great grandmasters are the top figures in the world. Of the 3 we know, Yi Luyun is a free and easy person who doesn't take on disciples. Although Sigu Jian took on few disciples, the sword hut opened, and this created many 9th-level masters in Dongyi. Imperial Advisor Ku He took on 4 disciples, and each one of them was a stunning talent. Fan Xian thought of Lang Tiao's soul-devouring curved knife and couldn't help but gently nod his head. King Jing continued to frown and said, "But these three great grandmasters have not opened their doors for many years. At this time, He suddenly wants to take on a disciple. This is truly a major event in the world. Although people like us do not care, for the martial cultivators of the world, this is a great opportunity. If they can become He's disciple, not only will their martial arts improve, but they will also be able to form a good relationship with Tianyi Dao." He sighed and said, "If they can get closer to He's faction through taking on a disciple, I think the rulers of the world will be very willing." Fan Xian showed a curious expression and asked, He is, after all, the imperial advisor of Northern Qi. If he wants to take on disciples, he must be looking for people in Northern Qi. What does this have to do with the kingdom of Qing? Fan Jing looked at his son and said, "This time, imperial advisor he has opened his doors. Everyone has a chance. Although he is the imperial advisor of Northern Qi, the position of a great grandmaster is very high. If any citizen of the kingdom of Qing has the opportunity to be his disciple, I think His Majesty would be happy to see it." Fan Xian nodded to show that he understood, but he was thinking about something else. He didn't know how Hai Tang had convinced the great grandmaster, but it seemed that this girl was more powerful than he had imagined. After the banquet, Lady Lu went to the back of the house to talk with the women. The young people went to the lakeside to drink in the wind, but Fan Xizha suddenly disappeared. In the garden that King Jing personally took care of, he and Minister Fan were lying on bamboo chairs, squinting at the grass in silence. Lately, Fan Xian has been a bit too aggressive. You should rein him in. King Jing's eyes were clear, and Minister Fan's face was calm. They didn't look like the two old drunkards at the banquet table. Fan Jing softly grunted and said, "When this child first came to the capital, he said that I can't completely control him." King Jing snorted and said, "If you and I can't control him, are you going to throw him to that old cripple? That old cripple is full of bad ideas. Who knows what he's playing at?" Fan Jing smiled and said, "The old cripple was an old man from your manor. Otherwise, why would His Majesty trust him so much?" King Jing laughed coldly and said, "You guys can do whatever you want. After that matter, my heart will be in peace." He then closed his eyes and said, "Fan Xian, this child, has a good heart. I only worry that His Majesty has squeezed him too much, and that it will be difficult to deal with him in the future." Fan Jing sighed and said, "You also know that I have no say in this matter." King Jing shook his head and sighed. "Let these kids play. My brother probably likes to watch this kind of drama." Chapter 279. The sound of mahjong could be heard in the distance. The two old men looked at each other and shook their heads. Fan Xian is right. The second prince doesn't stand a chance. Most people in the court don't see it clearly. King Jing waved his hand. "My son is different from me. He doesn't want to learn from me. I'm a bit worried." Fan Jian looked at him and said, "Hongsheng and the second prince are indeed too close." Imperial Prince Jing sneered and didn't continue on this topic. "I think that my second son has become pedantic from studying. *CK him. Wan Er's mother is a crazy woman. How could he not get into trouble with her? My son is also an idiot. *CK him." Fan Jian smiled. "You can't *CK the second prince's mother. Lady Shu is the emperor's woman. As for the crown prince's mother, you can *CK her. I won't stop you." King Jing laughed out loud and scolded, "Hongxing's mother has been dead for so many years, but I guess she's waiting for me in the underworld. You old man, you're finally willing to talk dirty. You used to be in a brothel every day, so I thought you've changed." He patted the arm of the chair and looked around at the familiar scenery. He said, "Do you remember this house? That year in Qingwangfu, when we were young, our Tong, grew up in this house. Mama raised Gidge and then me, but she didn't care about you, her own son. At that time, you were so dirty." Fan Jian thought of his childhood. At that time, King Qing was the emperor's biological father. In reality, he was far inferior to the current King Jing. He was just a little prince without power or ambition. Although his family was a branch of the Fan clan, his mother came to the manor to take care of the children. It was still beneath her status, and she had to endure the cold words of many of the clan members. No one could have imagined that things would turn out like this. Fan Jian smiled and said, "I think mother should be very proud in Danzhou right now, to have raised so many of them. When the three of us fought, you and I always beat my brother, but we couldn't beat him," King Jing said coldly. King Jing said coldly, "Although it happened when he was still a child, you should know how ruthless he was." Fan Jian did not respond. King Jing dared to speak ill of his brother, but he did not dare to speak ill of the emperor. He smiled and said, "Chen Pingping was always on the emperor's side. The emperor is older than you, and Chen Pingping is stronger than me. Naturally, we could not defeat them." Imperial Prince Jing shook his head and said, "Yes, that's why I don't want to fight at all. I just want to be safe and sound. I also want my children and grandchildren to be safe." Fan Xian actually knew about the matter of investigating the second prince. However, the emperor lacked money, yet he sent the children to charge and break through enemy lines. His heart is too cruel. As the Minister of Revenue, Fan Jian of course knew about the state of the national treasury. He smiled bitterly and said, "It's not the emperor's fault. The emperor is really short of money. Money is needed everywhere. With the Empress Dowager on the throne, the emperor can't be too harsh on the eldest princess. If Fan Xian is willing to be the knife, then he must have some confidence. Although Chen Pingping's temper is becoming more and more strange, he won't let Fan Xian suffer. Let's not worry about this." King Jing looked at him. After a while, he breathed heavily and said, "You're still the same as before. You bury all your thoughts. You don't even want to tell me the truth." Fan Jian smiled and didn't say anything. After King Jing's birthday banquet ended, the Fan family took a few carriages back to the manor. Fan Xian led his wife and sister to his own manor. He was a little annoyed. Where did he go this time? As sisters-in-law and sisters, can't you keep an eye on him? Lin Wanner stuck out her tongue. She was willing to play mahjong with Fan Xizha, but to keep an eye on a child. She hadn't completely gotten rid of her childishness. But hearing Fan Xian's words, she couldn't help but touch her belly. It had been so long. Why hadn't there been any movement? Ruoro was younger than Wanner by 2 months, but her temperament was calmer. She had always been in charge of Fan Xizha's discipline. But a few months ago, when the palace announced that they were going to marry, her heart began to race. She was so nervous that she began to prepare to run away. Hearing her brother's tone of voice, she knew that he was talking about her. She felt wronged and said, "I know." Fan Xian also felt that his temper was unreasonable. There was no reason for a 16-year-old girl to be a nanny every day. He quickly comforted her. "Don't be angry. I'm just saying." The three of them entered the room, and the servant girl hurriedly brought them tea. Fan Xian picked a small white porcelain cup and drank it. He asked curiously, "Where are Cici and Siki?" Wanner smiled. "They went with us to the manor. We should let them rest first." Fan Xian smiled. She's a servant girl after all. She's more precious than most young ladies. Hearing this, Wanner suddenly thought of something. That Shirin, Is she Cece? She asked innocently. Fan Xian spat out a mouthful of tea and waved his hand. What are you talking about? Ruoruo frowned and thought, Cece's temperament is like Qingwen's. She's very likable. Fan Xian was silent. He thought that it was a shame that he hadn't copied the 77th chapter of the Red Chamber. Qingwen wouldn't have had a good ending. In fact, he was also in a dilemma regarding Cece and Siki. Logically speaking, Cece should have been taken into his room long ago. He and Cece had grown up together, and their relationship was deeper than that of a normal master and servant girl. But if he wanted to take Cece, he would have to take Siki, who Warner had brought with her. This was something Warner had insisted on. Every time he thought about this, Fan Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. But, perhaps he and Cece still had some emotional foundation, but with Siki, damn, it was the friendship they had had when they visited the courtyard at night, where they had been drugging each day. No matter how he looked at it, it was hard to imagine lying on the same bed with that girl. But Cece was getting on in years. If he didn't make a decision soon, it would be difficult for her to marry. Looking at Lin Warner's confused face, Fan Xian pinched her cheeks. They were soft and felt very good. Putting this matter aside, he gave her a look. Warner understood. She knew that the brother and sister had something to talk about. So she got up and left the room, sending away the servants who were serving in the hall. Do you know what I like about you? Fan Xian poured a cup of tea for his sister and said with a smile. Fan Ruoruo tilted her head slightly. With a flip of her jade-like hand, she deftly took off the hairpin on her head. She loosened her scalp and shook her head gently. Like a black waterfall, her beautiful hair flowed down to her shoulders. She dipped her finger into the teacup and rubbed it between her brows. Vexed, she said, Brother, I'm about to die from worry. Don't tease me anymore. Dipping tea and rubbing between the brows to clear the mind and calm the heart was Fan Xian's habit. Ruoruo had also developed this habit. However, Fan Xian liked cold, leftover tea, while Ruoruo liked warm, fresh tea. There was not much difference between the brother and sister. I'm not teasing you. Fan Xian sighed. Sister, you are truly very calm. Just like today, when the two families in King Jing's manor were talking about marriage, it was already very difficult for me to pretend as if nothing had happened. You are the person involved, yet your face didn't change and your heart didn't jump. It is truly remarkable. Ruoruo's personality was calm, but when it came to matters concerning her future, she could remain calm for another reason. She looked at her brother and smiled. When you are not home, I am a bit nervous. But when you are home, I am not nervous. You have me. The three calls of brother were like three mountains pressing down on Fan Xian's body, making it impossible for him to wash his hands of this. Fan Xian frowned and said, His Majesty appointed the marriage, His Highness is happy, and Father is happy. Although the Crown Prince is a bit of a playboy, he is still the most outstanding young man in the capital. It will not be easy to cancel this marriage. Sister, you trust me so much. It makes me feel a bit pressured. Ruoruo pursed her lips and said, In any case, I will listen to you. Fan Xian thought for a moment, then said seriously, You should remember Sea Lily, right? Fan Ruoruo looked at her brother's expression and nodded with some surprise. The woman who wanted to kill you. Fan Xian smiled. Correct. I always felt that she was different from the women of this world. Regardless of whether what she did was right or wrong, at least she dared to think what she wanted and do what she wanted to do. On the day we left Shangjing, I asked her why. Sea Lily said that perhaps it was because her family had been destroyed since she was young, and she had no choice but to flee the world. She wandered from place to place, so she had traveled more and experienced more than the average woman of this world. Fan Ruoruo nodded slightly and said quietly, "You once said that to travel 10,000 li and read 10,000 books is something that is extremely beneficial to one's life." Correct. This is also why I am willing to go to Northern Qi. But reading can be done at any time. Fan Xian looked at his sister's warm and pure eyes and said gently, "But to walk the world, to see a different scenery in life, is extremely rare. Especially for the young ladies of the capital's official manners." Fan Ruoruo laughed slightly at herself. "Other than living in Danzhou for a year when I was young, the furthest I have traveled in my life is the Tsang Mountains. Like Wudu, the people of Northern Qi, the scenery of the meadow, I naturally have no luck to see it. Do you want to see it?" Fan Ruoruo hesitated for a moment, then nodded heavily. As she grew up, Fan Xian's deceitful teachings had been at work, so she was very different from the other daughters of government officials. Every time she thought of the world and the various forms of life that her brother had once described, her heart would stir a little. The women of the kingdom of Qing might be able to wander around the capital before they were married, but after they were married, they were locked up in their manors. Even if they wanted to go out, they were not free. Such a life of confinement. Whenever she thought of the possibility that she might spend the rest of her life in such a muddled state, her heart was filled with great reluctance. Fan Xian sighed in the depths of his heart. Since he had opened a window in his sister's heart since they were young and let her see the scenery outside, he had the responsibility to help her open a door and help her walk out. "Before you marry the crown prince, I will think of a way to send you away," Fan Xian said with narrowed eyes. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and said, "Everything is going according to plan. Seeing King Jing's and my father's reactions today, I know that this matter is indeed feasible and not as impossible as I originally thought." Ruoruo was a talented girl in the capital and was exceptionally intelligent. She immediately guessed her brother's intentions. She said with great astonishment, "Could it be that you want me to become a disciple of Ku He?" Fan Xian gently patted her head. His hair floated gently. He smiled and said, "Have you finally come to your senses?" Ruoruo's mouth opened wide. Her face was full of disbelief and shock. She muttered to herself for a moment before organizing her words. "How is this possible? Why is it not possible?" Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. "Ku He opening the mountain to accept a disciple, how big of a deal is that? Since he used the move of sending auspicious signs from heaven, it is not limited by territory. My sister is a famous talented girl. Becoming his disciple is giving him face. How could he not accept her?" Ruoruo knew this was a naughty joke. She lowered her head and said, "I don't know, martial arts. All paths are interlinked," Fan Xian encouraged her. "You are a talented girl. Not only can you write poetry, but you can also learn to fight quickly. Ku He is a great grandmaster of Tianyi Dao. Of course, he understands this." Fan Ruoruo suddenly raised her head and looked at him with a not quite there smile. "What about the auspicious signs from heaven?" Fan Xian smiled and shook his head. "Leave this matter to me. There is no such thing as auspicious signs in the world. In a few days, I will catch a fish in the kitchen at home and put a note in it." Fan Ruoruo's face still carried that faint smile. She asked, "This matter? I'm afraid you planned it in advance." Fan Xian paused. A moment later, he smiled bitterly and said, "I won't hide it from you. When I was in Northern Qi, I began to arrange this matter. I just thought that if you were willing to marry Hongqing, then there would be no need to continue. If you were not willing, then I had to do it this way." Northern Qi. Fan Ruoruo looked at him with a smile. "It seems that the relationship between Hai Tang and you is indeed good." Fan Xian could no longer explain this matter. To be able to make a great grandmaster open the mountain to accept a disciple, this relationship was too shallow. Of course, it could not be done. It was just that Fan Xian had paid a great price for this matter. Otherwise, how could he have made a great grandmaster act with him? But he did not want his sister to worry, so he did not say it clearly. Do you want to go to Northern Qi to study and travel? Studying abroad is very comfortable, Fan Xian asked his sister directly. Fan Ruoro lowered her head and thought for a long time. It seemed that she was considering something important. She still did not nod. Chapter 280. After a while, Ruoro raised her head. Bulu was speechless. But what about father? Fan Xian frowned. I'll be filial in the capital. You can play for 2 years. But, can you really break off the engagement like this? Fan Ruoro still didn't believe it. Ku He's reputation is much greater than that of the Emperor of Northern Qi. Fan Xian smiled. Even the Emperor of the Kingdom of Qing will give him some face. Besides, if you become Ku He's disciple, you'll only delay the engagement for 2 years. It'll be easier to explain to King Jing's manner. Fan Ruoro shook her head. It can't be that simple. Fan Xian bit his thin lip, feeling a headache coming on. Of course, he couldn't tell his sister about the crown prince and the politics of the court. She was cold on the outside, but warm on the inside. Once she heard that he was going to do so much for her, breaking off the engagement, he was afraid that she would grit her teeth and marry him. The thing is, you're only 16. Fan Xian said righteously. 16, a little girl hasn't even matured yet, and you're getting married? This is blatant persecution. Fan Ruoro's face went from snow white to bright red. She was so embarrassed that she punched him. How can a brother say that? She mumbled for a while, and then bravely retorted, besides, when my sister-in-law married you, she wasn't even 16 yet, right? Fan Xian's eyes rolled back, and he almost fainted. Brother, actually, if I could really leave the capital and see the world, I would be very happy. Fan Ruoro's eyes were filled with the longing for freedom. It's just, when I think of leaving your side, I feel a bit panicked and afraid. Fan Xian smiled. Silly child, before everyone learns to be truly independent, they will always be afraid, just like when we first learned to walk. Fan Ruoro covered her mouth and laughed. Really? But I heard people in Danzhou say that when you were young, you learned to walk faster than anyone else. And as soon as you learned to walk, you started running everywhere. You weren't afraid at all. Fan Xian thought to himself, I'm a freak. Normal people can't learn. Alright, I'm just asking for your opinion. Since you're willing, leave this matter to me. Fan Xian stroked his sister's head and said with concern, I will take care of it. You are the one and only Fan Xian's sister. Of course, you will become the one and only woman in this world. Fan Ruoro was touched and nodded, but she did not agree to anything. Suddenly, she thought of Great Grandmaster Ku He taking her as a disciple and thought of Haitang. She thought of how her brother and that girl seemed to have something. She couldn't help but snicker. She rose to leave and said, Sister-in-law has something to give you. I'll call her in. Fan Xian paused and watched as his sister's figure disappeared through the door. Fan Ruoro walked in the spacious and quiet back garden. She couldn't help but raise her head to look at the sky. The thick clouds in the sky were gently pushed to the east by the wind, revealing a light gray sky and a gray sun that seemed to have grown burrs. It made people feel a little uncomfortable. She stretched out her hand and stroked the top of the holly trees in the back garden. She thought of the possibility of going to a foreign country next year. She would be able to get rid of the sticky air of the capital. She would be able to get rid of the boring poetry meetings of the noble ladies. She would be able to get rid of that unimaginable marriage. There was a burst of joy in her heart, and then there was a sudden feeling of emptiness. The girl's fingers unconsciously tightened, but they were scraped by the thorns of the leaves. It hurt slightly. She remembered that her teacher had told her to treasure her hands, and so she pulled them back like lightning. She thought to herself, whether or not to go to the north, I'll wait for my teacher to come back and ask him. What were you and Ruoro talking about? Juana watched as her sister-in-law walked away. She quietly walked into the room and asked mysteriously. Fan Xian replied mysteriously. I can't say. Juana was annoyed. She sat in front of the dressing table, picked up a comb, and began to comb her hair. Fan Xian smiled and walked up to her. He took the comb and began to comb her hair. The wooden teeth of the comb slid through his wife's hair without any hindrance. It was very smooth. Fan Xian was surprised. You and my sister both have good hair. Juana giggled. It's all thanks to the set of tools you made in Danzhou. It's convenient to wash hair, and naturally, it takes care of it well. Fan Xian didn't believe her. He moved closer to smell it, and found that it was indeed a light fragrance. There was no smell. Juana was annoyed. She pretended to hit him. I can see that you don't put your heart into it when you're close to me. Fan Xian stood behind her. He looked at his wife's body. Through the slightly open collar, he saw a touch of white and tender skin. His heart skipped a beat. He teased, you don't have to put your heart into it. You can also use your eyes. Lin Wanner understood what her husband meant. She tied up her collar in embarrassment. She didn't dress casually at home, but she didn't expect her perverted husband to be so clever as to occupy the best location. Fan Xian held his wife in his arms and deeply breathed in her scent. He buried his face in the softness of her chest and took a few deep breaths. Recently, I've been feeling like I've been longing for something, but I haven't been able to find the source. Lin Wanner thought he was talking about something embarrassing. She spat and tried to struggle out of his embrace, but she couldn't move his iron-like arms. Fan Xian giggled. Don't throw a tantrum. I can't tell you what I said to my sister right now. You'll find out in the future. Lin Wanner's eyes widened with curiosity. So cautious. Fan Xian grimaced. More like the world's greatest mischief. He remembered what his sister had said earlier. He couldn't help but ask curiously, my sister said you had something for me. What is it? Lin Wanner gritted her teeth. That little traitor. I wanted to see how you were doing lately before deciding whether or not to give it to you. Fan Xian chuckled. On the contrary, it was for me. Please, Your Highness, bestow it to me. Lin Wanner pouted her chubby lips. I'm not giving it to you. An evil smile gradually rose on Fan Xian's face. His hands groped around her soft and fleshy waist, pulling, twisting, and kneading. After a panicked scream, Wanner finally gave up. Panting, she took out something from her bosom and threw it at Fan Xian's face. Here you go, put me down. A wave of fragrance hit his face. A handkerchief covered his face. Fan Xian unconsciously loosened his hands and pulled it down to take a look. He was stunned. It was an embroidered handkerchief. On it was a pair of mandarin ducks swimming in the blue waves. The cloth was good cloth. This was a tribute from the palace. It was a world-class product woven in Jiangnan. The thread was good thread. Regardless of whether it was gold, yellow, red, or green, the quality of the thread could be seen. Presumably, it was a product chosen by the Suzhou government. The intention was also good. The mandarin ducks were in pairs, and the blue waves rippled. On the water, there was a branch of peach blossoms with 2 or 3 pink flowers. Only, this needlework was really not very good. He could only see the stitches jumping back and forth. Next to the thread were densely packed little holes. It was clear that the embroiderer had used countless stitches. Even so, the embroidered lines were still crooked and twisted. There was no sense of smoothness. This pair of mandarin ducks, which should have been peaceful, had been embroidered into a funny-looking water bird. The pink peach blossoms had been embroidered into a postmodern deconstructionist color ball. Fan Xian's eyes widened. He looked at the embroidered handkerchief. The blue waves were actually just a few lines of water. The embroidery was not bad. But why was it yellow thread? Was it embroidered with a yellow river water bird bowl? Enduring, Fan Xian looked again and again. Finally, he couldn't help but burst into a series of laughter. The laughter spread throughout the entire manor. Warner, who knew her place, had long hidden in shame in her sister-in-law's room. But hearing this humiliating laughter, she was emboldened. Gathering her courage, she strode back into the room. With her hands on her hips, she extended her orchid fingers, pointed at Fan Xian's nose, and scolded, "You're not allowed to laugh." Fan Xian looked at his wife's puffed-up cheeks and laughed uncontrollably. He quickly covered his mouth with one hand and covered his stomach with the other, rocking back and forth in the chair like a roly-poly doll. Lin Wana was embarrassed, angry, and wanted to laugh. She rushed forward and tried to snatch the embroidered handkerchief from Fan Xian's hand. Fan Xian was not willing to give it to her. He grabbed it and put it back into his bosom. With great difficulty, he stopped laughing and said seriously, "Good Warner, this is the first thing you've embroidered for me. Since you've given it to me, you can't take it back." Lin Warner was of noble birth and had grown up in the palace. She had always been served by nannies and serving girls. She had never done needlework. So when he thought of how his wife had embroidered a handkerchief for him, even though the needlework was a bit coarse, the deep affection it contained made Fan Xian feel very moved. His heart ached as he held his wife's hands and looked at the red dots on her fingertips. His heart ached as he blew on her white fingertips and said, "Next time, don't sew. I'll do it for you. When I had nothing to do in Danzhou, I learned it for a few days." Lin Warner looked at his concerned expression, and her heart was incomparably warm. But hearing this made her extremely depressed. She muttered, "You married a husband, but he's prettier than you are. You even know needlework. You're so careful." She pouted and was about to cry. "Fan Xian. Do you still want me to live? You little fool." Fan Xian lovingly pinched her soft cheeks. "If you don't want to live like this, then I think all the noble young ladies in the capital will collectively commit suicide. Who can you compare to? Compared to a genius like me, you have to know that I can defeat generals in martial arts, compose poems in literature, cause havoc in officialdom when I'm heroic, and sit peacefully when I'm quiet. Who am I? I'm a peerless genius." Hearing him blow his own trumpet and put on a disgusting, narcissistic expression, Lin Warner's tears turned to laughter. She pointed between his eyebrows and said, "Look at how proud you are." Fan Xian raised his eyebrows and said, "To be able to marry you, of course I have to be proud of myself." Lin Warner suddenly froze. She reached into his clothes. Fan Xian reached out to protect his chastity. "You said you would give it to me," he said anxiously. "Why are you stealing it?" Lin Warner's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of pride. "I'm not stealing this one. I'm stealing yours." Fan Xian froze. He watched as Lin Warner took out a floral handkerchief. He had stolen it from Haitang's head when he had left Shangjing. Lin Warner looked at him with a smile. "Since you want mine, then I'll keep this one." Fan Xian's mind buzzed. He now knew that the reason his wife had endured the pain in her finger and kept trying to sew this handkerchief was because she was jealous. Although he and Haitang had no romantic relationship, with the evidence in hand, he was dumbfounded. He didn't know how to defend himself. He could only mumble, "Warner, you misunderstand. I told you before that Haitang had nothing special about her. How could I, your husband, like her?" Lin Warner snorted. "Your taste has always been different. At first, you praised me for being beautiful every day. I thought it was strange, but I just thought you had a sweet mouth and knew how to coax people. Who would have thought that from Ruoru, you really did think I was beautiful?" Fan Xian pretended to be angry. "Who dares say my wife is not beautiful?" Lin Warner copied his usual style and shrugged. "No one has ever thought I was beautiful." Lin Warner copied his usual behavior and shrugged. "No one has ever thought that I'm beautiful." Lin Warner covered her mouth and laughed. "No one has ever thought I was beautiful." Fan Xian scratched his head. "Is there really something wrong with my taste?" he asked. She waved the begonia headscarf in her hand and proudly said, "This is mine. You don't have any objections, do you?" She waved the Haitang handkerchief in her hand. "You don't have any objections, do you?" she said proudly. Lin Warner giggled and walked out of the room. Just as she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head. "You better not take Haitang into the room, or you better give up on the idea. You're a man. Holding a handkerchief every day as a remembrance, you have no courage at all. Even I, as your wife, feel embarrassed for you." Fan Xian waved his hand and blew her a kiss. "This shows that I am much purer than you." Lin Warner spat at him. Fan Xian suddenly thought of something important. "Warner," he said nervously, "I remember you just had your birthday. Then, when we get married, you will be 16, right?" Lin Warner's eyes widened with curiosity. She nodded. Fan Xian patted his chest. "That's good. That's good." The next day, outside Fan Manor, in the carriage. "Sir, where are we going?" Shi Chanli asked his teacher with a headache. His teacher had a smile on his face that day, and he looked very sinister. No one knew what he was planning. The capital was not very peaceful. Did his teacher not want to stop? Fan Xian looked at the embroidered handkerchief in his hand. He looked at the transforming water bird on it and laughed. His heart ached. The handkerchief on Haitang's head had belonged to a 9th-level master. He had taken a great risk to steal it, and now it had been confiscated by his wife. He raised his head and saw the questioning eyes of Shi Chanli and Deng Ziyu. Only then did he come to his senses. He gritted his teeth and said, "Let's go. Let's go to Bao Yu brothel. My family's business is not going well, so I want to go for a walk. I want to compare embroidery skills with the girls there." Chapter 281. The girls of Bao Yu brothel did not do embroidery. They were in the business of embroidery needles. As the saying goes, if you are skilled enough, you can grind an iron rod into a needle. Today, they had come in disguise to relax, so Fan Xian and his group had changed into a normal carriage. With a clatter, they came to a secluded area in the west of the city and stopped in front of a 3-story wooden building. A worker from the building had long since come out to rein the horses. His movements were very nimble. There was also a clean-dressed receptionist who welcomed them in. Today, Fan Xian had done something to his eyebrows, and added a few pockmarks to his left cheek, mirroring Fan Xi's appearance. He had cleverly darkened his appearance. In a society where information was not as advanced, he believed that not many people would be able to guess that he was the famous Fan Xian of the capital. Bao Yu brothel was a wooden building. Normally, when a wooden building had 3 stories or more, the space between the floors would be compressed to ensure the stability of the building. But this Baoyu brothel was very tall. Standing in front of the building, one could clearly see the sky behind the building. Fan Xian knew that the wood of this building had to have been transported from the north. He walked into the building, and his hand unconsciously brushed over the large pillar next to the door to confirm his suspicions. It was still early, but the hall on the first floor was already filled with many guests. There was a small platform in front of them, and on it was a plainly dressed girl. She was playing a guqin, and the sound of the guqin was enough to calm one's heart. Fan Xian squinted his eyes, and he felt that this brothel was not as simple as it seemed. The 3 of them followed the receptionist's directions to the second floor. They chose a table at the back of the building and sat down. Fan Xian sat next to the railing and used his eyes to signal Deng Ziyu and Shi Chanli to sit down. Leaning against the railing, he looked down and noticed that the railing had been painted with green and gold paint. He couldn't help but think that this was a newly opened brothel. Even the details were so luxurious, and it seemed that the owner was rich. It seemed that Mutai's judgment had been correct, and it had to have something to do with the princes. There was something strange about this Baoyu brothel, and this strangeness came from its elegance. It did not fit the mold of a brothel. There was no pimp welcoming them, no madam putting on makeup to coax them, and not even a few voluptuous women with their breasts exposed could be seen. There was a refreshing smell, and it didn't look like a brothel at all. Fan Xian had been in the capital for a year and a half, and had been to such places a few times, but this was the first time he had seen such a scene. When he leaned against the railing and looked out, his heart jumped. The building faced the street and was secluded. Behind the building was a lake. The lake was long and narrow. It was the famous thin lake in the capital. The few of them sat by the railing, feeling the cool autumn breeze gently blowing over the lake. It was an indescribable feeling of comfort. Fan Xian could not help but pat the railing and squint his eyes. Behind the Baoyu brothel, there were many small, independent courtyards. They were hidden among the autumn trees, and occasionally, the walls were white and gray. It was very elegant, but his eyes were very sharp. He had already noticed the sewage drain behind one of the courtyards. It was faintly dyed red, and he knew that there were many girls living there. It looked like the front of the Baoyu brothel was just a restaurant to welcome customers. It was like visiting a famous mountain. There needed to be fog in front of the mountain in order to arouse the curiosity of the tourists. The 3-story wooden building of the Baoyu brothel was like the fog in front of a famous mountain. It hid the small courtyards behind it, and it was the best way to arouse the desire of the customers. The owner of this brothel was very smart. If he was someone who could be bought, and did not have the lives of the prostitutes on his hands, Fan Xian might have been interested in hiring him to manage the palace treasury. But when it came to the business of a brothel, Fan Xian had a very pure attitude. A customer was a customer, and a prostitute was a prostitute. One gave money, and the other gave flesh. Even if the streaky pork was wrapped in 300 poems, it would not be able to erase the essence of the business. He only took a few glances at the courtyard by the lake and could not help but shake his head. This soft Saber Mountain manor most likely earned a lot of money in a day. There was another thought that was somewhat dreary. He always seemed to be thinking, under the soil of those elegant courtyards, were there the skeletons of some weak women? While he was lost in thought, Shi Chanli had already ordered a few dishes. The service of the Baoyu brothel was excellent. Not long after, 2 servants, who looked 13 or 14 years old, came over with plates of food. They gently placed the delicate porcelain plates on the table without making a sound. They were indeed well trained. The dishes on the plates were very tempting. A dish of camellia shrimp gave off a light fragrance, and a few yellow and translucent oil quietly floated on a small bowl of chicken soup with shredded noodles. There was also a home-style beef soaked in oil with shredded green onions 3 fingers wide. There were also a few small dishes that went well with the wine. The handsome servants poured wine for the 3 of them, and Sir Chandley waved his hand to dismiss them. Fan Xian smiled and looked at him. He admired this student's natural and easygoing manner, for he dared to make decisions in front of him. The wooden spoon moved slightly in the chicken soup, and the aroma that had been hiding under the soup suddenly came out. Even Fan Xian could not help but be a little surprised. He took the bowl that Sir Chandley handed over and tasted it. He could not help but praise it. Today, Fan Xian used the pseudonym Mr. Qin, which was chosen by Qin Pingping. At the table, the 3 of them were like normal friends, enjoying the scenery and the food. They drank and chatted, and only talked about interesting things in the capital. Deng Ziyu was the person in charge of the Qinian unit, and he was worried about the commissioner's safety. In a place like this, where he did not know if he was friend or foe, he was a little nervous. But under the pressure of the wine and Fan Xian's stern gaze, he relaxed a little. After 3 rounds of wine, Sir Chandley could not help but frown. He lowered his voice and asked, "Mr. Qin, what are we doing here today?" Fan Xian laughed and said, "Of course, we are here to try out the most luxurious things in the capital." After making sure that no one was eavesdropping, he quietly said, "Mu Tai told me about this place, so of course he had his reasons. But he did not dare to say it, so I thought there must be a reason for it. Every now and then, I come to take a look." Sir Chandley shook his head and gave a wry smile. He said, "Although I feel sorry for the women in this brothel, the life of a prostitute is common, and the law of the Qin kingdom allows it. Why would you place yourself in danger?" Fan Xian used his chopsticks to pick up a thin slice of beef and placed it in his mouth. He slowly chewed and smiled. This Baoyue brothel has taken the lives of 4 women in a single month. Their cruelty is something that even I cannot compare to. I am here to learn from them. Sir Chandley frowned and said, "Criminal cases are handled by the capital's magistrate. The Overwatch Council is only responsible for the officers of the Overwatch Council. They do not have the power to interfere. I think you have other ideas." Deng Ziyu drank some wine and became a little braver. He said, "We are investigating the capital's magistrate for failing to do his job. And..." He looked at Fan Xian, and after receiving his permission, he lowered his voice and said, "The true owner of this Baoyue brothel is something the Overwatch Council has not been able to find out. That is why they feel it is strange." Sir Chandley was shocked. The Overwatch Council had spies all over the capital, and they had spies in every manner. They had many eyes and ears, and their power was astonishing. It only took a month for the Overwatch Council to uncover the relationship between the second prince and Xinyang. On the surface, the Baoyue brothel was just a brothel, and yet the Overwatch Council could not find out who its true owner was. He thought to himself that there was only one possibility. The owner of this brothel had something to do with. Fan Xian knew he understood what he meant. He smiled and said, "This owner is a problem for the 8 bureaus. It looks like someone in the council is covering for him." The most powerful thing about the Overwatch Council was its professionalism and its complex, systematic organization. It was difficult for the council to have any major loopholes. The appearance of Zhu Gu in the first bureau was enough to shock everyone who knew the truth. Zhu Gu had only been dead for 2 days, and now there was someone in the Overwatch Council working for the princes. This was what Fan Xian was most worried about. He was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. How could he allow someone to do as they pleased in his territory? So today, he had to come and take a look at this Baoyue brothel. He wanted to see who was secretly putting their chopsticks into his bowl, and he wanted to take a look at the boring lives of his subordinates. Then what should I do? Although Sir Chandley had a calm temperament, he was still a scholar. This was the first time he had done something so dangerous, and he looked nervous. Fan Xian said, "You do not have the strength to truss a chicken. Since I have brought you, I am just going to take a look." He patted Shi Chanli on the shoulder and said, "I will use public money to entertain you." Shi Chanli was shocked, but he immediately understood what Fan Xian meant. He remembered that he was unmarried, and his face reddened. Fan Xian was surprised. He smiled and said, "No matter what, you and Ho Ji-chang are both talented young men in the capital. Have you never visited a brothel before? Do you not have many girls you like?" Shi Chanli felt ashamed and said, "I am useless. I am useless." Fan Xian could not help but laugh. He said, "In a place like this, the word useless is not something you can casually say." Not long after, the sky darkened. The setting sun shone on the lake, forming a long, slanted mark. But the weather was not good, so the golden mark on the surface of the water was a bit dim. The lights in the Baoyu brothel quickly lit up. It was as if someone had cast a spell on it. In a very short amount of time, countless colored lights were hung up, illuminating the entire brothel. The shadows of the lights were reflected on the surface of the lake below. It was like stars falling into the water, and it was even more dazzling than the setting sun. The lights were lit, and the people were there. The Baoyu brothel welcomed the busiest time of the day. Many carriages were parked in front of the building. Although the people who came out were all wearing casual clothes, they still exuded the air of a government official. It seemed that they were all officials who often came to the capital. Many of these people were accompanied by wealthy merchants. Fan Xian could use the money from the Overwatch Council to pay off Shi Chanli, but the officials of the 6 ministries were still used to eating from the rich. It was a safe and honorable thing to do. The side of the railing was slightly darker, enveloping the 3 of them. Fan Xian narrowed his eyes to see the light in the darkness. He saw a few officials he had seen at the banquet. However, those officials had directly entered the private room, so he didn't see clearly who was accompanying them. Not long after, the private room was almost full. The second floor began to fill with more and more people. The sound of stringed instruments mingled with the sound of people shouting. It was a very lively scene. The women, who were wearing tube tops, began to walk around the building, and the people grew more and more popular. Fan Xian looked at the leftover food and cold wine on his table, thinking that if the owner of this brothel knew who he was, it would be a different story. "You guys have fun," he ordered. Shi Chanli nervously asked, "Sir, where are you going?" Fan Xian replied, "I came here specifically to relax." "Of course, I have to relax a bit. As the saying goes, nothing ventured, nothing gained." He spoke in a gentle and pure manner. Although Dang and Shi Chanli had to believe him, they still felt a bit strange. If you don't enter a brothel, how can you get a prostitute? It seemed to be the same principle. Fan Xian smiled and said, "When you're having fun, remember to get some information. Don't ask about the owner. Just ask about the daily life of these girls. The more detailed the better. Of course, if it's not convenient, then don't ask. Don't let people see that we have other intentions. That's the most important thing." Deng Ziyu looked at the commissioner. Only now did he truly believe that he was here to investigate secretly and not to visit prostitutes. But such a small matter as getting information out of someone like him did not seem like it was the place for an official of his level to do it, much less for the commissioner to come. At this time, the lamps in the small courtyards by the lake had been lit one by one, blooming with kumquats. Deng Ziyu stood up and waved his hand to summon a servant, saying, "Make the arrangements for our master." The servant extended his hand to receive the gold, which was as thick as a finger, and felt it sink. He was shocked to find out that these 3 were wealthy guests. He did not dare to neglect them, and hurriedly informed the receptionist. The receptionist hurried over and, with a soft and gentle tone, expressed his apologies for the poor reception he had received earlier. He then led the three down the stairs, carefully supporting them as they walked. Along the way, he spoke eloquently, as if he wanted to find out where these three wealthy guests had come from. Fan Xian did not pay attention to him, and continued to walk forward with his hands behind his back. Shi Chanli laughed and chatted with the receptionist, saying that he was a scholar from Jiangnan who had come to visit the brothel. This was his first time entering the brothel, and he did not know what sort of entertainment this place had. The receptionist laughed and said, "My three masters, in this Baoyue brothel, there is nothing you can't think of, but nothing we can't do. You can play whatever you want." As he spoke, he stole a glance at Fan Xian's back. Of course, he could tell that Mr. Chen was the main character of the three today. But looking at Mr. Chen's demeanor, he was no ordinary person. He did not even listen to Shi Chanli's introduction, and he did not even look at him. He guessed that Mr. Chen was the son of some high-ranking official in Jiangnan. The design of Baoyue brothel was very ingenious. After walking down from the restaurant, they arrived at the lakeside. The sounds of birds chattering could be heard coming from the courtyards. The two worlds were connected by a few stone paths in the grass. They did not disturb each other, nor did they interfere with each other. Under the guidance of the receptionist, the three of them entered a courtyard. This room was not like the one above. As soon as they entered, a number of beautiful women came forward to greet them. Their voices were sweet, and their veils fluttered in the wind. They held the arms of the three of them as they entered the room. It was as natural as welcoming a husband returning home. The room was warm, and in the corner was a heating box. In this early autumn weather, it forcibly added some spring warmth. In the corner of the wooden table, there was a pot of fake flowers. The petals were all embroidered with southern silk, and they were very beautiful. Waves of fragrance wafted into his nostrils, and Fan Xian furrowed his brows. He then smiled and turned his head. He spoke to Shi Chanli, who was sitting awkwardly on top of a voluptuous woman, and said, "Relax. There is no tigress in the house." He opened his outer robe, and the woman next to him quickly took it. She warmly said, "I just had some food and wine. Now, would you like to listen to some music, or drink some more?" Fan Xian sat down on the soft couch, and waved his hand. He said, "Set up another table. I want a singer as well. Give me a massage first." The woman serving him looked very happy, and gratefully said, "You are very considerate, sir." She quickly put away his outer robe, and a young servant girl poured tea, which she carefully placed in front of the three of them. She also brought out a few plates of fresh fruits, which were rarely seen in the capital. Then, she half knelt on the couch, and gently placed a pair of soft hands on Fan Xian's shoulders. She gently massaged them. Fan Xian knew that the more he spent here, the more benefits the woman serving him would receive. Feeling the strength of her hands on his shoulders, he thought to himself that the service of the Baoyue brothel was not bad. He then looked at Shi Chanli, who was still fidgeting, and Deng Ziyu, whose face was as serious as if he was still in the middle of a correction. He couldn't help but curse them in his heart. One look and he could tell that these two were inexperienced, and they were a disgrace to the Overwatch Council and himself. The woman behind him, who was massaging Fan Xian's shoulders, lowered herself lower and lower, and two soft breasts pressed against Fan Xian's back. Fan Xian suddenly realized that he had not asked for her name. He had not even taken a good look at her face. For some reason, he was surprised at how calm and heartless he was. After a moment of silence, he quietly asked, "What is your name?" "Yin, The woman's fragrant sleeves were placed in front of Fan Xian's chest, and her soft and full breasts were cleverly rubbing against Fan Xian's back. Her voice was very soft, and it sounded right next to his ear. Her warm breath blew into his ear. Fan Xian couldn't help but laugh. He reached out his hand and scratched his ear, explaining, "I'm ticklish." He knew that Yen was a fake name, but it was strange that when he glanced at her earlier, he could tell that she was a beautiful woman, even though she was wearing a lot of makeup. With such beauty, was she just an ordinary member of the Baoyu brothel? Was she someone who could be used to serve a nobody like him? Just as the room was beginning to warm up, the singing girl entered the room. Fan Xian looked at the girl's face, and his heart jumped. He thought to himself that even she had been snatched away by the Baoyu brothel. Chapter 282. The girl who entered the room to sing was called Sangwen, and she was a famous singer in the capital. In the past, it was not easy for the nobles to see her. The reason why Fan Xian recognized her was because more than a year ago, when he was spending the summer with Wanner and Ruoro's family in the summer resort to the west of the capital, Sangwen had been invited by Wanner to sing a song in the villa for a whole afternoon. At that time, the wind was blowing across the lake, and Fan Xian was sitting next to Wan, Yiling, and Fan Xian. It was the most beautiful moment he had experienced since his rebirth, and the song Sangwen sang had a line that said, "Suddenly, we meet again." It was a line that matched the first time Fan Xian and Wan met at the Qin temple, and so he had a particularly strong impression of her. After Sangwen entered the room, she bowed slightly and sat down in the corner, expressionless. She held an instrument that looked like a lute, and in a clear voice, she said, "What song would you like to hear?" Fan Xian's eyebrows furrowed. He knew that she had not recognized him, but he did not know if she remembered the lines he had written for her. Last summer, when Fan Xian was in the summer resort, he had copied a poem by Tang Xianzu and given it to Sangwen. Sangwen used this poem to become even more famous in the capital, but she did not reveal the true author of the poem, as Fan Xian had told her. "Let's sing a song." Fan Xian leaned back into Yen's soft embrace, and closed his eyes. He picked a song that he was most familiar with, and in his heart, he was wondering how a singer like Sangwen could have been recruited by the Baoyu brothel, and how could they have sent her out so casually. In addition, Yen was not an ordinary person either. Had the owner of the Baoyu brothel already seen through his identity? Ding! Ding! Two crisp sounds rang out, and Fan Xian was pulled out of his thoughts. He smiled, and thought that it made sense. Even if the Baoyu brothel knew who he was and wanted to please him, he did not have to worry about anything. Being a commissioner at night was not a big deal, and the imperial censorate would come and report him. Sangwen's eyebrows were thin and curved, and she looked very weak. Her lips were not painted, and so they looked a little light. Her facial features were beautiful, but her cheeks were a little too wide, and her face was a little too big. Her mouth was also a little wider than the average beauty. Her fingers brushed across the strings, and her lips parted as she sang, "Why have I come to cover my skirt? For the jade skin, and the fragrance of my waist. For the spoons, I sleep like a pancake, and breath like a thread. To be killed by GMO, if one is honest, why would he refuse? What should have been a happy ending has turned into a yearning to the bone." Note 1, her voice was graceful and soft, especially when she reached the part where her breath was like a gossamer. Behind Fan Xian, Yen's breathing grew heavier. It was extremely provocative. Fan Xian's eyes were half closed as he listened, and he noticed that there was a wine cup next to his lips. He did not open his eyes, knowing that it was Yen feeding him wine. He opened his mouth and drank it. He felt warm all around him, and the atmosphere was lovely and relaxed. It was a good feeling, and he thought it would be nice to relax for a night like this. As for who the owner of the Baoyu house was, he could find out later. But when the song reached the last few lines, the atmosphere in the room became strange. Fan Xian slowly opened his eyes and looked at Sangwen, who did not seem to notice anything. He was sure that she did not recognize him, and that she was purposely acting cold. Perhaps she was having an argument with the Baoyu brothel. The last few lines of the song made the meaning of the song clear. This song was written in the language of everyday people, and it vividly described a wife's pain and lovesickness because her husband had not returned from a long journey. The song was simple, and the words were simple, but the meaning was good. It was worthy of Sang Wen's status. But at this time, everyone was visiting prostitutes, and for her to sing a song like this, it was a bit of a wet blanket. Yen saw Fan Xian's calm expression, and for some reason, she felt afraid. She quickly poured another cup of wine and brought it to his lips. She softly begged, "Mr. Qin, this Sang Wen is a famous singer in the capital. Ordinary noblemen would not be able to meet her. Why don't you let her pick a few more songs to sing for you?" Sang Wen did not expect that the popular lady of the Baoyu house would help her out of her predicament. Her sad eyes were now filled with gratitude. She did not want Yenner to suffer because of her conflicted feelings. She knew that the song she had chosen was not appropriate, so she quickly stood up and said, "Mr. Qin, this is Sang Wen's fault." Fan Xian grunted and did not say anything. Everyone in the room looked at his face, and Shi Chanli and Deng Ziyu did not know what Fan Xian was going to do. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian immediately smiled and said, "The people of the capital are different from those of Jiangnan. It is a good place, and even the songs tell people to be kind." Hearing this joke, the girls all felt relieved. Yen quickly smiled and said, "If you are going to be kind, how am I going to make a living?" Fan Xian smiled and patted her leg. His fingers slid across Yen's slender thighs, taking advantage of her. He did not allow her to rub his shoulders, and instead, they sat side by side and drank. Sang Wen regained her spirit and smiled. She sang another song. "In the Luofu dream, there is a real immortal, with 2 locks and a screw, and 9 rings of pearls. Clear willows are soft, spring onions are delicate, and autumn lotuses are round. In the cup of wine, there is a sense of bashfulness, and in the painting, there is the beauty of the cicada. Let me ask you, the moon is setting, what year is it?" As soon as she finished, Fan Xian was the first to praise her, and said sincerely, "Good singing." Tilting his head to look at Yen's beautiful face, he smiled and said, "So this song is about Yen. Spring onions are delicate, and autumn lotuses are round." His hand followed Yen's fingers and slipped into her sleeve, and squeezed. His other hand gently lifted Yen's chin and said, "What a beauty. Only, you don't drink enough, so you don't have that bashful blush." He looked down at Shi Chanli, who was holding the prostitute, and his face was bright red. He laughed and said, "So this is about you." Hearing his funny words, the girls couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh. Yen smiled sweetly and picked up 2 wine glasses. She clinked glasses with him and drank the whole glass. However, she was in a trance for no reason. This child was really a master at manipulating the mood of the audience. Was it really like what Sister Yuan said, that he was an official? It was late at night, and Fan Xian had chased Deng Ziyu and Shi Chanli into a room on the side of the courtyard. The room was soundproof, and for a long time, the sounds of the men and women could not be heard. Fan Xian could not help but smile. He thought that Deng Ziyu might be able to keep his mind clear, but he was not from the 3rd Bureau, so it would be difficult for him to get any information from these prostitutes. As for Shi Chanli, the scholar, he was afraid that he had long been stripped and eaten alive by those girls. When he was drinking earlier, he had tasted a trace of aphrodisiac in the wine. He knew that this was a common method used by the brothels, so he did not pay it any mind. Inside the room, Sang Wen's expression was one of caution. She carefully looked at Mr. Chen on the couch. She did not know why he had asked her to stay after the banquet was over. Yen, who was dressed loosely, stroked her hair, and looked at Mr. Chin. She was surprised. She thought of the person that the Baoyue brothel had their eyes on tonight, and he wanted to kill two birds with one stone. She felt a little uncomfortable. No matter what, she was the most popular person in the Baoyue brothel. She did not expect that this young man would not be satisfied, and that he would force Sang-wen to stay in the room. She knew that the brothel had spent a lot of effort to get Sang-wen to join them. They had even torn down an entire courtyard. But Sang-wen was not a prostitute, and she had some reputation in the capital. She had agreed that she would not spend the night with a guest. Just as she was about to smile and explain the situation, she did not expect the young guest to pull her up. She could not help but feel a warmth in her body, and she fell into his arms. Looking up, Yen could still see the faint smile on Fan Xian's face. Her heart skipped a beat. When this young man smiled, the pockmarks on his face were no longer an eyesore. His entire person exuded a sense of gentleness and warmth, and it was indescribable. Earlier, I troubled you to rub my shoulders. Now, let me rub yours, Fan Xian said softly. One of his hands was caressing her waist, and the other was rubbing her temples. He did not allow Yen to refuse. Yen heart froze, and she could not resist the feeling of comfort brought by the steady fingers. Her mind began to blur, and her long eyelashes closed. She slowly fell asleep. Seeing Yen lying on the man's knees, her head tilted to one side, and then there was no more movement. Sang-wen stood up in shock, and covered her mouth. Her eyes were full of fear. Do not be nervous. She is only asleep, Fan Xian said gently. He carefully placed the woman who had served him for half the night on the bed. He then carefully fetched a pillow and placed it under her neck. Yen made a sound of comfort, and her eyes were closed. Who knew what she was doing in her dreams? Seeing this, Sang-wen could confirm that Yen was not dead, but she still carefully retreated to the door. After all, this young man had only rubbed her twice, and then he had hypnotized Yen It was very strange. Fan Xian sat on the edge of the bed, and looked at Sang-wen with a smile that was not a smile. He raised his finger and gestured for her to be silent. Sang-wen felt her vision blur, and in the next moment, this young man was already by her side. She was shocked and embarrassed, and turned her head, ready to escape from this tiger's den. Unexpectedly, she heard the next sentence in her ear, so quiet that it could not be heard. So the blooming of the purple and the brilliant red is all for the broken well and the broken wall. You are so fickle. You don't even remember me. Sang-wen only felt that tonight was really too tense. She looked at this young Master Chin in astonishment. After a long while, she finally found a trace of clarity and tranquility in his eyes that she had always missed. She matched the face in front of her with the face she had seen in heaven last summer. She opened her mouth wide, and her eyes suddenly showed a trace of surprise and sorrow. It seemed that there were countless things she wanted to say to Fan Xian. Fan Xian looked at her expression and knew that his luck had been good that day. But he still shook his head resolutely and stopped her from speaking. He walked to the red toilet behind the bed and squatted down. Circulating the jinqi in his body, his finger like a knife, he quietly tore off the bed curtain, crumpled it into a ball, and stuffed it into the hole behind the hollowed brass armrest. Note 3, Note 1, Yuan, Qiao Ji's order to win the laurel, sent far away. Note 2, Yuan, Qiao Ji's order to win the laurel, sent to Luo Jinjin. Note 3, today, the country made of clay, old godmother. Chapter 283. The Baoyue brothel was not as simple as it seemed. Looking at the well-hidden eavesdropping equipment, Fan Xian could tell that the owner of this brothel was not only counting on the fact that the sex trade could earn him money, but they were also collecting secrets that the nobles and officials of the capital would never reveal to the public. If Fan Xian had not been so attentive, it would have been difficult for him to notice the strangeness of the armrest next to the toilet bowl. Sangwen looked at him with a strange expression. Suddenly, she gritted her teeth and knelt before Fan Xian. Fan Xian smiled warmly and did not stop her. He had already checked to make sure no one could eavesdrop on their conversation. As for why Sangwen knelt, he could guess, but he would not say it. He sat down on a chair and pulled out a blanket to cover Yenner, who was still unconscious. He lowered his head and said, "I ask, and you answer." Sangwen understood, and with a hopeful expression, she stood up from the ground. She carefully stood in front of Fan Xian, but she looked behind him. Fan Xian shook his head. He did not want to spend any more time explaining, but he wanted to reassure her, so he said, "She won't wake up anytime soon, and there is no way she could eavesdrop. Don't worry." Only then did Sangwen nod. Fan Xian did not ask whether or not Tianchang room had collapsed, or what the Baoyue brothel had done to get her there. These were useless questions. Instead, he asked, "Do you have a contract with the Baoyue brothel?" Sangwen was happy. She knew Fan Xian wanted to help her escape, and so she quickly said, "Yes, but they forced." Without waiting for her to finish, Fan Xian continued to ask, "You were sent to serve me today. What did the brothel tell you?" With Sangwen's status, Fan Xian, who was pretending to be Mr. Qin, had no right to make her sing. Sangwen trusted Fan Xian completely, because in her opinion, only the most popular commissioner of the Overwatch Council in the capital could help her escape from this mysterious brothel. Only he could avenge the Tianchang room, which had been destroyed. Without hesitation, she said, "I overheard that the brothel suspected you were an ace from the Ministry of Justice's 13 yamens, and that you were here to investigate the murder case a few days ago. So, they sent Yenner, the red card." Fan Xian laughed at himself, thinking that he was in disguise, and yet the Baoyue brothel had somehow managed to smell him. It was just that they had guessed in the wrong direction. Sangwen looked at his expression and explained, "The attendant beside you has the aura of an official. That aura is very frightening." He was naturally referring to Deng Ziyu. Fan Xian waved his hand and changed the subject. "I want to know. Can you guess who the true owner of this Baoyue brothel is?" He used the word "guess" because there were people within the Overwatch Council helping to conceal the truth. Sangwen could not possibly know the true owner of the brothel, but she often stayed in the brothel, so there should be some clues. Although Sangwen wasn't sure why the commissioner of the Overwatch Council would be interested in this, she tried her best to remember. She said uncertainly, "It should have something to do with Shangshu Ali." Every time the owner of the Baoyue house came, he was very secretive, but the carriage he used was rarely changed. Although there was no family emblem on the carriage, over the past month or two, the roof of the carriage has seen the fallen leaves of a large locust tree. This tree is native to the northern Qi kingdom, and in the entire capital, there is only one row of them on either side of Shangshu Ali. So, I am certain that the carriage came from Shangshu Ali. Fan Xian looked at her, and Sangwen understood. She immediately explained, "When I was young, I lived in Shangshu Ali for many years, so I know about this." Fan Xian did not stop talking. "What is the surname of the lady in charge of this brothel?" "Her surname should be Yuan." The lady spoke quickly, and steadily. Fan Xian looked at her with admiration and said, "You are very meticulous. You can work in my courtyard now." The people who lived in Minister Alley were not ministers, but a group of dukes who had been conferred titles since the founding of the country. They were of high status and power, but now that His Majesty was extremely strict with the country, these dukes were generally more peaceful. As for the lady in charge of the brothel, Fan Xian gave a wry smile. He thought of Yuan Meng, who worked for Hongqing. Having received this piece of useful information, Fan Xian was very satisfied with the results of the night. That was why he was in the mood to chat with Sang Wen. From their conversation, he learned that the Baoyu house was indeed very powerful. It had only opened in the early summer, but in such a short amount of time, it had wiped out all the other brothels in the capital that dared to compete with it. The methods used behind the scenes were very bloody, otherwise, Sang Wen would not have been forced to enter the brothel. In a few days, I will send someone to bail you out. Fan Xian was not being merciful, but he was a firm believer in the principle of equality. Furthermore, for this singer to end up in such a gloomy brothel, it was not a good feeling. Warner liked this woman, and in a few days, she would send someone with a name card to the Baoyu house. She believed that the owner of the Baoyu house would give her some face. Sang Wen was overjoyed. In the Baoyu house, she had always felt that she was in a precarious situation. She had seen with her own eyes a girl who had been kidnapped from another brothel being beaten to death by the thugs of the brothel. She had always been thinking of a way to escape. Although she had met Fan Xian once, and he had given her a word, she had never thought of looking for him. After all, the difference in status between the two of them was far too great. She did not expect that today, by chance, she would meet the immortal poet again and receive his promise. Considering Fan Xian's position in the court, this matter was set in stone. Thinking of this, Sang Wen felt a mixture of emotions. She sobbed and knelt to the ground. Fan Xian had already accepted her kneel once, and he did not want to accept it a second time. At this moment, an angry roar came from outside the courtyard. "I am going to kill you." Following the angry roar of a middle-aged man, the door was smashed to smithereens. A shadow broke through the wind, and its power was like thunder. The palm of the hand, which contained a great deal of power, came crashing down towards Fan Xian's chest. No! Sang Wen was so shocked that she fell to the ground. She saw the face of the man, and she covered her face with her hands. She was shocked and worried. The wind from the palm was like a knife, flying towards his face. Fan Xian stood sideways. He did not straighten, nor did he turn his head. He only stretched out his normal right hand from his sleeve, and very casually extended it out. His palm seemed slow, but it was an illusion brought about by an extremely strong stability. When his palm had already stretched out horizontally, the sneak attacker's rushing thunder palm had just arrived. A delicate and steady palm moved first, and then arrived later. It gently patted the calloused, incomparably thick palm. It was only a light pat. A light pat, but it made a loud bang. The sneak attacker, who had come with the power of wind and thunder, came quickly, and flew even faster. He was sent flying by Fan Xian's seemingly casual palm, like a flying stone being thrown by a catapult. The wooden door, which had already been smashed to pieces, was attacked again, and the martial artist's retreat did not stop. He crashed directly into the courtyard door, smashing the thick wooden door into pieces. He fell directly into the water, and made a big splash. Fan Xian stood in the hall with his hands behind his back. He was strangely quiet, as if he had not made a move earlier. Sang Wen looked at the scene in front of her, and she let out an unexpected cry of surprise. She looked at Fan Xian with eyes full of shock. My God! How could such a gentle and amiable lord possess such vigorous and overbearing true qi? But she did not have time to reflect on Fan Xian's palm. She lifted her dress, and with tears on her face, she rushed to the side of the lake. She did not know if the person who had been hit by Fan Xian's palm was dead or alive. Fan Xian's hands, which were behind his back, were stained with grass and mud. He knew that the person had been hiding on the grass outside the courtyard. He frowned slightly and said, "People like the King of Knives are really reckless people." Since Sangwon had a reputation in the capital, there were naturally some people who were devoted to protecting her. Although these Jianghu people could not defeat the Baoyue brothel, they still had to do their best to protect Sangwon from being tainted. The warrior from before must have been waiting outside the courtyard for a long time. After the song ended, he did not see Sangwon leave the hospital. He was anxious, and because he could not see clearly through the window, he mistakenly thought that Fan Xian was trying to take advantage of her. That was why he could not help but protect her. Fan Xian knew that he couldn't hide this situation from anyone. He laughed at himself and walked out of the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Deng Ziyu was already standing guard at his side with a murderous look on his face, but Shi Chanli was probably still drunk. He turned to look at the second leader of the Qinian unit, whom he had personally chosen, and nodded with satisfaction. Not only was he pleased with Deng Ziyu's reaction speed, but he was even more pleased with the palm he had just used. It was only after that palm strike that he realized that his journey from Danzhou to the capital, from Tsang Mountain to northern Qi, and from the many encounters he had had on his way to northern Qi had been a rare opportunity. The pressure of the journey, the fight with Xiao An, the fight on the cliffs of Swallow Mountain outside Shangjing, and the seemingly casual but meaningful interaction with Haitang had finally allowed the nameless martial formula he had been practicing to gradually harmonize with his meridians, which were different from those of the common people. His martial arts training had reached a very stable and frightening level. If it had been before, he feared that this palm strike would have shattered his opponent's right arm, but it would not have been so powerful. Thinking of this, Fan Xian could not help but feel grateful to Xiao An, who was already dead, and to Haitang. Of course, he was most grateful to the old cripple for creating such a good opportunity for him. Uncle Wu Zhu did not need to thank him, he was one of us. The ripples on the surface of the lake had not yet subsided, and it was unknown whether the man was dead or alive. Because of the darkness of the night, even with the light from the lakeside, it was impossible to see the color of blood in the lake. In a very short period of time, the Baoyue brothel reacted. Once again, sounds of joy could be heard from the various courtyards, and the man in the lake was scooped up with a net. The fighters of Baoyue brothel gathered by the lakeside, and a middle-aged woman, who walked with the wind, greeted Fan Xian with a look of fear. She apologized profusely, saying, "I did not protect you well enough. I have frightened you, Mr. Qin. I deserve to die." His face was filled with fear and his words were filled with death. However, his eyes were filled with a probing and cold expression. Chapter 284. Fan Xian saw the woman's eyes flash with a cold light, and he knew that the people of Baoyue brothel had purposely come out late. Even the man had been purposely let into the yard. They must have discovered that he had blocked the eavesdropping device in the room, and they had always been suspicious of his identity. So, they played this game to force both sides to reveal themselves. But they only thought he was from the Ministry of Justice's 13 Yamen, and they had not guessed his true identity. If they had, they would not have welcomed him with such a simple ceremony. The unconscious man was dragged to the front of the crowd, and a large patch of grass was wet. The woman said softly, "I heard that a humorous young Master Qin came to this building, but I didn't expect that young Master Qin would have such amazing martial arts cultivation." This was a blatant test. Fan Xian looked at her, but he was too lazy to reply. He walked into the yard. At this time, the door to the yard and the door to the room had been smashed to smithereens, and the warm air inside the room was leaking out. Everything in the hall could be seen clearly. The woman had a suspicious look in her eyes. They had thought that the three of them were experts from the 13 Yamens of the Ministry of Justice who had come to investigate a murder case. That was why they had sent the popular girl, to serve them. They had wanted to take advantage of the time when they were trying to gather information to steal some information. But they hadn't expected that these experts would see through the eavesdropping equipment in the room. They had also discovered that Sangwon had not come out. Afraid that something had happened, they had cleverly waved their hands and arranged the situation. They thought this Mr. Chin had struck the man and sent him flying. That would have been enough to make a scene, and the two sides could have a few words to say, or even bargain. Who would have thought Mr. Chin would treat them as nothing, and so coldly walk away? The woman gritted her teeth, and with a face full of smiles, she walked in and said, "The Baoyu brothel's guards were not good enough, and we have startled you. Tonight, the brothel will be responsible for it. Please forgive us." Fan Xian frowned and said, "That's fine. You can leave now." Seeing him respond so casually, the woman grew impatient. She smiled and said, "Mr. Chin, why do you have to keep people at arm's length? When you are outside, you need a few friends." She had already determined that the other party was from the 13th Yamen, so her words gradually became more direct. It was not that Fan Xian was rejecting people thousands of miles away. It was just that the woman in front of him had no right to negotiate with him. He slanted his eyes and glanced at her. "I'm here to play with women, not to make friends." The woman's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't tell the depth of this Master Chin. Her expression softened and she said, "But the gate has been destroyed. Please leave." Fan Xian glanced at her with a not quite there smile and sat back on the bed, too lazy to say anything else. Deng Ziyut said coldly, "My young master doesn't want to move anymore. You can just go and put up a few screens. Open the door for sex." What kind of sick joke was this? Deng Ziyu's face was cold, but his heart felt a little awkward. He was afraid that the girls in the Baoyue brothel would think that his commissioner was a nudist. At this moment, the commotion in the courtyard finally startled Shi Chonli out. As he tied on his coat, he walked over. The girls in the courtyard, whose clothes were in disarray, did not enter the main hall. Instead, they waited outside, listening to the conversation between the woman and Fan Xian. The woman's eyes turned to look at Miss Yen, who was sleeping on the couch. Her heart skipped a beat, but then she became happy. Pretending to be angry, she gritted her teeth and said, "This damned girl, how can she still sleep at this time of the year? It's a big crime to neglect a guest." She shouted, "Guards! Drag this girl away and beat her." Fan Xian frowned, but this was seen by the woman. Her face did not change, and she coldly said, "Beat this girl to death." She thought to herself, "Is this not enough to soften your resolve?" Fan Xian furrowed his brows again and slowly opened his mouth to say, "You're yelling about beating and killing in front of me. It's very annoying. This is someone from your building. If you beat him to death, it's your own business. However, before you beat him to death, pick a good-looking girl over. Remember, I like the more voluptuous ones." His words were calm, but they carried a chill that pierced the heart. This young man, who looked so kind, did not seem to care about the life or death of the girl he had just had intimate contact with. The woman cursed in her heart. She had traveled the world, and she was very good at reading people. She knew that if she really did beat Yen to death in front of him, this Mr. Chin would not even frown. Since when did the 13 Yamens have someone like this? The woman stood rooted to the ground in a daze. Fan Xian was getting impatient. Deng Ziyu knew what he was getting at, and coldly said, "Get out." The woman gritted her teeth. Since the two sides had not yet fallen out with each other, and Fan Xian was still trying to act tough, he was not willing to come up with any rules. The Baoyu brothel still had to do business in the capital, and they could not stay in the guest's room forever. To everyone's surprise, just as the woman and the men of the Baoyu brothel were about to leave the courtyard, Fan Xian casually said, "Leave that big man here." These words were spoken casually, but there was a hint of authority in them. The woman had been humiliated, and she turned around and said, "Mister, this big man will be handed over to the capital government." Fan Xian finally did as she wished, and coldly laughed. "The capital government can handle this, but can't the Ministry of Justice do the same?" The woman laughed to herself and thought, "Finally, you're willing to put up a proper front." But before she could say anything, she heard Fan Xian say, "This Sang Wen, I want her." The Baoyu brothel had only been in business for a few months, but the power behind it was very strong. The woman knew that her boss had a relationship with the Overwatch Council, and so she was not afraid of the Ministry of Justice. Hearing these rude words, for some reason, she was angry. She coldly said, "Miss Sang's ransom money is very expensive. Mr., or rather, sir, although the 13 yamens are not the same as the government, the only people in the Ministry of Justice who can afford it are the ministers and the 2 vice-ministers. May I ask who you are?" Fan Xian raised an eyebrow and said, "I am not who I am. It's just that I like to hear Sang Wen sing. I can afford to pay her 200 taels of silver." The reason why he wanted to bail Sang Wen out of the brothel was because she already knew he had a conversation with her in the room. If he allowed Sang Wen to stay in the brothel any longer, he was afraid she would become a corpse at the bottom of the lake. The woman was so angry that she started to laugh. She coldly laughed and said, "Good, good, good. It looks like you are using your authority to pressure us. It looks like you do not know the depth of the lake in the capital. Enough chit-chat." Shi Chanli knew it was time for him to speak, and so he mockingly said, "Sang Wen is a famous courtesan in the capital. She is not a prostitute in the military. According to the laws of the Qin kingdom, as long as someone pays the ransom, the Baoyu brothel will have to comply." "What? Do you think we cannot fork out a few hundred taels of silver?" "A few hundred taels of silver?" The woman was furious. If someone really wanted to bail Sang Wen out, they would have to fork out at least 2,000 taels of silver. These people were here to make a scene, and yet they were asking for a few hundred taels of silver. Fan Xian's provocation had finally made her lose her cool. She angrily said, "If you can bring me 10,000 taels of silver, I will let you take her away immediately. This man will be a complimentary gift. 10,000 taels of silver could buy a dozen houses, and it could provide food and shelter for the commoners for dozens of lifetimes." Even in Jiangnan, where there were many wealthy people, 10,000 taels of silver was an astonishing sum. The woman laughed coldly as she looked at these people. She was certain that no one in this world would use 10,000 taels of silver to purchase an average-looking courtesan who was only good at singing. But Fan Xian had been waiting for this opportunity. Without waiting for her to change her mind, he waved his hand and casually said, "Then it's settled. Bring me the contract." After these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. Even Sang Wen, who was standing guard next to the soaked man, had a look of disbelief on her face. The woman, on the other hand, was even more shocked. She stood where she was, as still as a wooden chicken. Slap! A crisp sound rang out. No one knew when, but a beautiful woman had arrived in the courtyard. She slapped the woman hard across the face. She then turned to Fan Xian and smiled. "Mr. Chen is indeed a funny person who loves to joke around." Fan Xian did not know who this beautiful woman was. He squinted his eyes and looked at her. Her eyebrows were like willows, and her lips were red. Her eyes were soft, and her lips were soft. His lips curled into a smile of admiration, but he still felt a little uncomfortable. This beautiful woman looked weak, but in reality, there was something very arrogant about her. She looked down on the 3 people in front of her, and he guessed that she was the right-hand man of Lady Yuan Mang. "This is not a joke." Fan Xian's smile faded, and he said, 10,000 taels of silver to buy a man. We agreed on this earlier. Is Bao Brothel going to go back on their word? The beautiful woman looked at him coldly, and after a while, she suddenly said, Bao Brothel will pay 1,000 taels of silver to help you calm down. There is no need to bring this up again. 1,000 taels of silver was the sincerity of Bao Brothel. But Fan Xian looked at the woman's face, which was full of disdain and charity. He mocked, tonight is fun, so why would I be surprised? I only want Sang Wen and the man. Do you dare to sell them? The beautiful woman did not expect Fan Xian to be so disrespectful, and she mockingly said, Do you really have 10,000 taels of silver? At this point, it was no longer a matter of Sang Wen's redemption, nor was it a matter of the Bao Brothel's investigation. It was a matter of power. The Bao Brothel would not sell Sang Wen. The beautiful woman said this because she did not believe that anyone would carry 10,000 taels of silver on them. Fan Xian touched the top of his smooth hair and did not say anything. Shi Chanli stood next to him and smiled. He said, You do not need to worry about this. The beautiful woman coldly looked at the three of them, and suddenly said in a cold voice, So, you are here to humiliate the Bao house. Let the three of you know, even if you were to bail Miss Sang out today, I am afraid that tomorrow, you will have to return her to us. The threat in her words was very strong, but with Fan Xian's status and power, he did not care about such things. He smiled and looked at her, and softly said, I will give you 10,000 taels of silver tonight. I am afraid you will have to return it to me tomorrow. Chapter 285. In the past, it was the Bao Brothel that threatened people. Who would dare to threaten the Bao Brothel? Her name was Shi Qing'er, and she was Yuan Meng's right-hand woman. She thought only a few low-level officers had come to investigate the case, but her subordinates had reported that Mr. Qin had an extraordinary temperament and was highly skilled in martial arts. She assumed he would be a difficult character to deal with, and so she decided to compromise with him. The reason she chose to compromise was because the big boss had asked the Bao Brothel to behave themselves ever since September. She did not expect him to refuse to make peace, and instead, to threaten her. Shi Qing'er was angry. She stared at Fan Xian and said, You will regret what you have done tonight. Do not threaten me. Hurry up and bring me the contract. Fan Xian smiled and said, I am not in the mood for this. I am ready to go home. Seeing Fan Xian's gentle smile, Shi Chanli sighed in his heart. He knew his teacher was not happy, and the consequences would be dire. In a few days, the Bao Brothel would have to close. Shi Qing'er was angry, and her eyes flashed with anger. She ordered her subordinates to do what they had to do. A short while later, a thin piece of paper was placed on the table in front of everyone. Cash. If you have 10,000 taels of silver, I will give her to you. Shi Qing'er stared into Fan Xian's eyes. The law of the Qing kingdom does have a redemption clause, but I cannot leave Lady Sang in the brothel waiting for you to buy her. If you do not bring out the money now, who knows if someone else will buy her. Fan Xian's face did not change, but he laughed in his heart. Who would spend 10,000 taels of silver to buy someone? If he really did not make a move to buy anyone, then the Bao brothel itself would be the buyer. Shi Chanli had already picked up a pen and ink to write a contract. He placed it next to Sang Wen's document and waited for Fan Xian to bring out the banknotes. Shi Chanli had always trusted his teacher's financial ability, and he was a scholar. He always thought money was nothing to a wealthy family. Shi Qing'er stared at Fan Xian. She had seen many rich people in her life, but even the salt merchants and royal merchants of Jiangnan did not have the habit of carrying 10,000 taels of silver in their sleeves. Unless they were preparing to give a gift to a high-ranking official at a banquet, she did not believe the young man in front of her could produce 10,000 taels of silver. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, only a short while had passed. Fan Xian did nothing. Shi Chanli was a little flustered and surprised, but Si Qing'er's lips curled into a proud smile. Fan Xian looked at the beautiful woman's slightly arrogant expression and suddenly felt very good. He smiled and crooked his finger at Deng Ziyu, who had been standing quietly by his side. Deng Ziyu bowed and asked, "Young Master Qin, what can I do for you?" Fan Xian laughed and scolded something in a low voice before saying, "Why are you pretending to be stupid? I don't have that much money on me. I'm borrowing it from you." Deng Ziyu looked embarrassed. Although he didn't know why the commissioner was so sure that he had over 10,000 taels of silver in his pocket, he quickly reached into his pocket. After searching for a long time, he pulled out a pouch that was tightly tied to his undergarments. The pouch was simple, and the inside was slightly bulging. Everyone in the room looked at each other in dismay as they watched Deng Ziyu pull out a stack of banknotes from the ordinary pouch as if he was digging his heart out. Deng Ziyu placed the banknotes on the table and counted them with a pained expression. He picked up 10 bills and handed them over to Si Qing'er. Si Qing'er could no longer keep her face straight. In her hands were 10,000 taels of silver, and her mouth was wide open in shock. Her heart was so shocked that she couldn't speak. In her heart, this young man may have been the son of a wealthy family, but even his follower had 10,000 taels of silver on him. She held the banknotes in her hand and looked at Fan Xian's calm face. She was shocked and thought, what kind of god is this? Fan Xian did not pay attention to the way she looked at him. He gently touched the unconscious Yen behind him. His fingers slid across her neck a few times, as if he was flirting with her. Yen slowly woke up and covered her mouth with her hand. She yawned, and it seemed that she had slept well. "Let's go." He spoke gently and took the lead to get up and walk out of the courtyard. Behind him, Deng Ziyu helped the drenched assailant, whose life and death were unknown. Shi Chanli helped Sang Wen, who had been traumatized, and followed Fan Xian out. Not long after, this group of people of unknown origins followed the lanterns of the thin river and disappeared from the Baoyu brothel. Si Qing'er's fingers tightened, and the 10 banknotes were crumpled. She couldn't bear to part with such a large sum of money, so she carefully tucked them into her bosom. She looked at the back of the group of people and said, "Keep an eye on them." The Baoyu brothel had 2 mysterious owners, and Si Qing'er belonged to the second owner's faction. She was known to be very cruel. At this time, Yen frowned and walked forward. Her head was a little dizzy, and looking at the scene in the room, she knew that she hadn't simply fallen asleep. It seemed that the young Mr. Qin, with his kind smile, was indeed a powerful character. Si Qing'er flipped her hand and slapped her across the face. No one expected that Yen would coldly dodge. She looked at Si Qing'er and asked, "Sister, why did you hit me?" Si Qing'er gritted her teeth and said, "You useless little bitch. I asked you to come and get information, but you ended up sleeping through the night." Yen's eyes swept across the room, and she was able to guess what had happened. She coldly laughed and said, "I am useless, but if you were really capable, why would you allow these people to take Sister Sang away? You will have to explain this to Yuan Ming." "Ha!" Si Qing'er stared at Yen's beautiful face, and with disdain, she said, "Don't think that just because the big boss likes you, you will dare to be rude in front of me. The Baoyu brothel is open for business, and of course, we cannot afford to have a conflict with our customers. There will be a solution to this later." These 2 ladies were the most popular figures in the Baoyu brothel, and so when they spoke, they were both powerful and unyielding. The subordinates quickly retreated from the room, afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. After a while, Yen smiled and said, "Don't forget, the big boss wants you guys to behave yourselves. Don't do anything that goes against the law." Going against the law. Si Qing'er coldly laughed and said, in the capital, we are the law. Yen-er raised an eyebrow and pretended to be confused. She said, oh. The person who came today must be someone powerful from the 13 yamens. The 13 yamens are *T. Si Qing'er looked murderous. In the entire capital, there aren't many people who are willing to hand over 10,000 taels of silver without a care in the world. He has flipped over the stone boards of the Ministry of Justice, and broken all the fire rods, and yet, he hasn't even been able to find a few silver coins. I think that person must be the son of some noble family. Yen-er was shocked. She didn't expect Mr. Chen to have such a high status. Thinking back to what he had done, she felt a little lost. Si Qing'er looked at the flirtatious expression on her face and scolded, you little bitch, don't be so flirtatious. Don't make the big boss unhappy. Yen-er, hearing this, was not afraid. She coldly laughed and said, big sister, you arranged for me to accompany a customer. Aren't you afraid that the big boss will be unhappy? Si Qing'er coldly laughed and said, Mr. Chen is about to become a dead man. What does that have to do with him? Hearing this, Yen-er was shocked. Her eyebrows furrowed, and she quietly said, are you going to kill someone again? If he dares to humiliate the Baoyu brothel, of course he won't have a good life. Si Qing'er's face was full of coldness and arrogance. Even if I don't kill him because of his identity, I will at least kill that Sang bitch. They can only blame their bad luck. Today, the brothers of the second boss are playing in the brothel. After Yen heard this, she sentenced Mr. Chen and his people to death. Although she didn't know the identity of the second boss, she knew the brothers of the second boss. They were arrogant throughout the capital. Even if Mr. Chen was a relative of some noble family, and he could survive the night, the people around him would be doomed. She couldn't help but sigh and say, they are always so reckless. If one day the court investigates, I'm afraid none of us will be able to survive. Si Qing'er looked at her with disdain, as if she was mocking her cowardice. She said, we have the support of the most popular man in the court, and we have the support of the palace. Who do we have to be afraid of? After leaving the Baoyu brothel, Seng Wen's face was full of tears. She bowed to Fan Xian. Fan Xian couldn't bear to see such a scene unfold, so he said a few words of comfort and quickly climbed into the carriage. The two carriages followed the street in front of the Baoyu brothel and headed for the light. The carriage didn't take many steps before it came to a stop on a long street. Fan Xian lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked forward. He was not surprised to see a group of people holding torches and blocking the street. These people were not very old. They were only 14 or 15 years old, and they were still teenagers. Their pale faces revealed their unhealthy lifestyle, and the tall horses they rode were proof of their status. There were also a few servants who were there to protect their masters. They didn't seem to care about what was happening on the street. It was as if they were used to their masters committing murder on the streets of the capital. You people, get out of the carriage. The leader of the group was a young man. His face was ferocious, and his eyes flashed with excitement. It was as if he was thinking about killing a few more people for fun, and it was something to be happy about. The Baoyu brothel's response is very direct. Fan Xian, who was in the carriage, complimented them. He turned around and asked, Ziyu, where did these kids come from? Deng Ziyu's face was serious, and he said, they are the capital's most famous wanderers. They do not commit any crime, but they are the children of the nobles. So, no one dares to control them. It looks like the Baoyu brothel is not only connected to Hongqing, but also to the nobles. Fan Xian shook his head. He looked at the shadows on both sides of the street, and he knew that the Qinian unit, who had been hiding in the dark, had already made their move. He couldn't help but shake his head again. The Qin kingdom had conquered the world through military force. Although the generals who had followed the founding father to conquer the world had retired and settled down in the capital, they had done a great job. So, many of the nobles had been bestowed their titles. The next few emperors, for the sake of their former glory, looked after the families of the nobles. But they did not allow these elders to have too much influence in the court, and so they were wary of their children. They had done many things in the imperial examinations and careers. As a result, when it came to the third or fourth generation of the nobles, aside from a small number of very talented ones, the rest of the nobles were just empty titles. These people were often in their teens, and their families were wealthy. The court looked favorably upon them, and so they coveted the pleasures of the world. They had nothing else to do, and so they were young and hot-blooded. They bullied men and women in the streets, and they were very arrogant and bored. Often, if there was a disagreement, they would pull out their swords and kill each other. Their actions were cruel and merciless, and they did not care for their own safety. These young men believed themselves to be chivalrous, and they had a group of ruffians in the capital as fighters, so they called themselves wanderers. In reality, in Fan Xian's eyes, they were nothing more than a group of dregs. He didn't know how many women they had harmed and how many lives they had taken. Although Fan Xian was only a few years older than these notoriously fierce young men, his temperament was much more mature than theirs. As soon as he saw the situation on the street, he narrowed his eyes and shrank back into the carriage. He refused to show his face again, and only left the matter to his subordinates. Although the bloodline of the nobles didn't have much power, the twists and turns of their relationships were very complicated. Even Fan Manor and Duke Lu's Manor were related. How could he get away from this? Fan Xian thought that if he didn't have to do it himself, that would be the best choice. "Smash that carriage for me!" The leading young man shouted excitedly, urging his horse forward. Behind him, a large group of young men rushed toward Fan Xian's carriage with strange cries. In their hands were the straight swords commonly seen in the capital, and they waved them incessantly. They were as excited as a group of small sharks that had smelled blood. Sangwen shyly glanced at them, and then quickly retracted her head. She clutched the hem of her dress, and her body trembled a little. She gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. Fan Xian looked at her, and didn't say anything. He opened the curtain a little, and looked at the fierce young men rushing toward him on horseback. He thought that the security of the capital was getting worse and worse. But the capital's magistrate was the second prince's man, and these young men had sensitive identities, so no one dared to do anything. But looking at the excited expressions in the young men's eyes, he still felt as disgusted as if he had eaten a fly. Because in the eyes of these young men, and even a little childish, there was a kind of indifference to life, contempt for the lowly, and a perverted love for the smell of blood. Fan Xian was someone who had come into contact with death since he was a child, so taking someone else's life was not scary. In fact, he was quite calm. But he had always been careful not to revel in the process of killing people. On the contrary, he was a person who treasured life, and was very happy to have the rest of it. Plus, he thought that tonight, he only wanted to use public money to relax. And yet, as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he had been reduced to fighting with a group of hooligans in the middle of the street. It was very embarrassing. So, Fan Xian was very unhappy. Chapter 286. Suddenly, a whistle rang out. From the houses on both sides of the street, a few black-clothed men jumped down and rushed into the middle of the group of noblemen. In a flash, they scattered the group. The people of the Qinian unit were, after all, long-time spies, and they acted with propriety. They only called out to the other side's horses, and in a moment, the youths all dismounted. But what surprised Fan Xian and the others was that these youths did not fall to the ground. Instead, they stood awkwardly on the ground. It seemed that the martial education of the next generation in the Duke's manor was quite effective. F***CKU. Cut them down. The leading youth was only about 14 years old, but his face was full of fierceness. Seeing that there were suddenly a few more people on the other side, he was not afraid. These youths had run amok in the capital for a long time. When had they ever been afraid of anyone? He held a knife in his hand and slashed at the black-clothed man closest to him. The knife was sinister and ruthless. This subordinate of Fan Xian knew the noble status of these youths. Seeing that the other side's chest was wide open, he did not dare to hand over his knife. The other side was clearly so young. How could they use such a method of mutual destruction? He dodged to the side, but his left shoulder felt cold. He had been cut open. The youth laughed arrogantly. These people know who we are. They won't dare to do anything. Brothers, kill to your heart's content. There were many of these youths. Even an elephant could not withstand the entanglement of ants. Furthermore, the people of the Chinian unit all knew the other side's identity, so it was not convenient for them to deal heavy blows. The youths, on the other hand, were used to running amok on the streets. They knew that the people of the court would not dare to kill them for the sake of their grandfathers. So, they used this opportunity to use mutual destruction. Furthermore, they were quite strong. For a moment, the Chinian unit was thrown into confusion. Although some youths were knocked unconscious by the people of the Chinian unit and fell to the ground, the two sides were basically evenly matched. The clanging of knives and swords rang out in the darkness of the long street. The servants holding torches also drew close. There was a little light, and their faces were full of disdain. They were not worried at all. In the carriage, Fan Xian watched this scene, and his expression gradually darkened. He knew that the Chinian unit was his personal bodyguard. Even if they were not as powerful as Gao Da's tiger guards, they were more than enough to deal with these young nobles. But these officials of the Overwatch Council had served the court for a long time, and they couldn't do anything to these damned, wandering heroes. Although he knew that his subordinates were afraid of causing trouble for him and that the Chinian unit would rather risk his life than let these youths lay a finger on him, he was very unhappy to see his trusted subordinates fight so vexedly and those youths being so arrogant. It was just like how he felt in his previous life when AC Milan was overturned by Liverpool. Nonsense. Fan Xian walked down from the carriage and cursed angrily. His voice was mixed with his tyrannical zhenqi and spread throughout the battlefield on the long street. The battle, which had been separated into several areas, was temporarily stopped by this shout. The members of the Chinian unit took advantage of this opportunity to retreat to the side of the carriage. It was only their first encounter, but there were already 2 people injured. Fresh blood flowed from their bodies. For one, the Chinian unit did not dare to be too ruthless. For another, it was because the youths were too ruthless. Each knife was stabbing toward a fatal spot. Fan Xian looked at his subordinates. A helpless expression rose to his face. When we were fighting the Northern Qi people, why didn't I see you all so useless? The subordinates lowered their heads in shame. Their chests rose and fell continuously. They were not satisfied. They thought to themselves, how could these little bastards be a match for me? But, damn, these little bastards were too ruthless. It was impossible for them to personally kill the grandsons of the dukes. If they fought, they would be at a disadvantage. At this time, Deng Ziyu also got down from the carriage. His face was ashen as he watched the youths coming closer and closer. The youths were laughing arrogantly and holding their blood-stained knives. They looked at the people around the carriage like they were chickens waiting to be slaughtered. Sir, their identity is a bit Don't worry, we will handle it well. Deng Ziyu looked at Fan Xian's increasingly ugly face and explained in a low voice. Fan Xian was so angry that he laughed and said, "Identity. I only know that they are a group of thieves who blocked the road and got themselves injured. If this gets out, people will laugh at us to death." "Hey, kid, what are you talking about?" The leading noble young man had already approached the carriage on horseback, and the trace of hostility between his eyebrows was even more obvious. "Hand over the girl in your carriage, and let your useless subordinates break one of their own arms, and I'll let you go today." Fan Xian looked at him and then turned his head. The noble youth darkly said, "You pretty boy. I am talking to you. Hand over the girl. How dare you oppose the Baoyue brothel? How do you want to die? Do you want to try out our newly invented giant stick punishment?" His words were obviously obscene and insulting, and the arrogant youths roared with laughter in unison. Fan Xian did not pay attention to the young man's exclamation. He squinted at his subordinates and continued to say, "As long as it is an enemy, you must be ruthless. It does not matter if it is an enemy outside or an enemy inside. Have you not learned this before? Did you think following me was easy, and so you gave it all back to the old cripple?" Seeing the young man in front of the carriage ignore his question, the noble youth was angry. His anger rose, and he completely forgot what the Baoyue brothel had told him to do. His mouth was full of profanities, and he lashed out with his horsewhip toward Fan Xian's head. The two of them were still some distance apart, and the horsewhip was only a few feet long. It could not reach Fan Xian's head, so it was probably just a threat. Fan Xian's eyes flashed with the shadow of the whip, and with a flash of coldness, he raised his left hand. "Ah!" A scream pierced the night sky. The noble youth's horsewhip had long since fallen to the ground. He held his wrist and howled in pain. A black crossbow bolt had shot out like a ghost, piercing through his palm. Fresh blood dripped down the youth's palm, and the surrounding youths were all dumbfounded. God! Fan Xian dared to use a crossbow bolt. He dared to use a crossbow bolt to shoot at them. Did he not know who these people were? Although these youths had committed many crimes, and had killed many people before, they lacked respect for life. It could be said that they were cold-blooded by nature, but it was the first time they had encountered someone who dared to use such a deadly weapon to harm them. They could not help but be shocked, and a little angry. At this moment, everyone looked at Fan Xian with a strange expression. It was as if they were looking at a dead man. "Sir!" Deng Ziyu was also shocked. He was afraid that the commissioner would be angered and kill all the little bastards present. If such a big thing really did happen, for the sake of the Qin court and the stability of the military, no matter how much the commissioner was favored by the emperor, he would not have a good ending. Fan Xian slowly withdrew his left hand and released his fingers from the spring. He glanced at the youths around him, but did not respond to Deng Ziyu's words. His indifferent gaze swept over the faces of these youths. He found that they were indeed very young. The youngest was only about 10 years old. Their young faces were filled with savagery. Although they were savagery, they were still children. No wonder the people of the Qinian unit had acted so slowly. He took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in his chest. Narrowing his eyes, he said to the noble youths in front of him, "Those who stand in the way will die. Who else wants to be the little arms of a praying mantis in front of the carriage?" His sinister and terrifying black crossbow bolt only temporarily shocked the minds of these lawless youths. In just a few breaths of time, the fear in the eyes of these youths began to be overshadowed by the audacity and ruthlessness of their eyes. The noble youth who had been shot cried out, "What are you waiting for? Kill them all. Kill them all and drag them to Tsang Mountain to fill in the hole. Have you killed anyone before?" Fan Xian suddenly tilted his head and asked with great interest. The noble youth paused for a moment and then cried out, "Scum like you, I will kill one every day." As the two of them spoke, the youths had already rushed forward, their faces full of excitement and thirst for blood. Fan Xian waved his hand to stop his subordinate from drawing his sword and preparing to kill. Amidst the shouting, Fan Xian stretched out his right hand with incredible speed and grabbed the wrist of the youth who was coming at him. His fingers tightened, and with a crack, the youth's wrist bone was crushed. He howled and clutched his wrist as he fell to the ground. With a sidestep, he retreated into the arms of another youth. His hand cleverly rested on the other's forearm. Using his own shoulder as a fulcrum, he pushed down. With a crisp sound, like a red book dipped in syrup, this delicate little arm broke from the middle. It was a beautiful roundhouse kick, but he had very treacherously lowered his leg by a foot, sweeping it across the waist of a youth who had leapt at him with a sinister expression on his face. The force of this kick was so great that the youth who had been sent flying, blood spurting from his mouth, would probably be bedridden at home for at least a few months. Taking a step forward, Fan Xian raised his left hand and chopped down on the neck of the attacker. That person didn't even have the chance to make a sound before falling straight down. Fan Xian was like a wandering spirit walking among these ruthless youths who were like wolves and tigers. Every now and then, he would strike down one of them. On the long street, only the sound of bones breaking could be heard. Crack, 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 the disdainful and shameless cursing of the youths had already disappeared. An atmosphere of fear, as more and more people fell, gradually spread outwards. A few youths at the outermost edge had already begun to sneak away towards the end of the long street. Crack, 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 crack. It was like the sound of the night watchman. There was no king of hell in this world, but the youths still felt that the sound of bones breaking was like the merciless and cold beating of a drum. Everyone in the Qinian unit, including Deng Ziyu, stared wide-eyed at the scene. Their eyes were full of admiration and respect. Although they could also beat back these youths, they certainly wouldn't be able to do it as cleanly and efficiently as Fan Xian. His strikes were ruthless and accurate, injuring the opponents so they couldn't get up, but not taking their lives. Shi Chanli covered his eyes and shook his head. He couldn't bear to watch this scene. Sang Wen, on the other hand, bit her lower lip. Watching Fan Xian's calm actions, she was very excited. She knew what these youths had done. She knew that these youths had harmed who knew how many people in Jingdou. It seemed like a long time had passed, but in reality, it was only a moment. Other than the youths who had escaped, the rest had their bones broken by Fan Xian's heavy hand. They lay wretchedly on the street. Only now did a series of wretched cries begin to ring out. Fan Xian looked at the bleeding youths by his feet, holding their broken limbs. They could no longer be ruthless. He rubbed his newly loosened wrist with some satisfaction. It seemed that the human body structure he had learned from Sir Fei when he was young had not been completely forgotten. Then, he told Deng Ziyu very seriously, in the future, don't let me act in this kind of situation. I really can't afford to lose face. He walked in front of the noble youth who seemed to be the leader. He smiled warmly and asked, "Which family are you from?" This youth was indeed ruthless. He still had a crossbow in his hand. Looking at Fan Xian's sinister methods, he didn't even blink. Instead, he fiercely said, "If you have the guts, then kill me. Otherwise, just wait for your entire family to be executed." Fan Xian smiled and shook his finger. "First of all, I won't kill you. Second, you can't say things like your entire family to be executed. Only His Majesty has the right to say such things. If you say such things again, perhaps your entire family will be executed." He had no interest in asking this ruthless and obedient noble youth any more questions. He waved his hand and signaled for the driver to drive the carriage over. At this moment, the servants who were holding torches and cheering for their young masters from afar, acting as numb spectators, walked over shakily. Seeing this scene, these servants didn't dare to do anything to the carriage. They only found their masters among the many injured people. They looked at the slowly moving carriage with the eyes of a big black dog. At this time, Fan Xian and his group had already boarded the carriage. The two injured subordinates, full of shame, disappeared into the night. In the carriage, Fan Xian closed his eyes and rested, as if he hadn't acted earlier. The others in the carriage saw that he was silent and naturally didn't dare to speak. Suddenly, Fan Xian opened his eyes and quietly said, "This is strange. For the sake of a brothel, how could they order around these bloodthirsty bastards?" Deng Ziyu asked, "After injuring so many young nobles, do you want to make some preparations? After all, the identity of a master cannot be hidden from many people." Fan Xian looked at him and said, "They are just a group of nobles. There is no need to pay attention to them. The key is the person behind them." Deng Ziyu lowered his voice and asked, "What should we do next?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "Tomorrow, you go to the Baoyue brothel and take back the 10,000 liang of silver." Chapter 287. The carriage followed the quiet streets of the capital and made a few turns. Suddenly, there was a sharp noise coming from a house on the side of the street, but it was not very loud. Deng Ziyu turned his head and reported, "The servants that were following us have been knocked unconscious. The road is clear." Fan Xian smiled wryly and nodded. He said, "Speaking of which, it is strange. Although you were personally chosen by Wang Qinian, I have looked over your records. You are good at following and hiding. How could you have made a move? How come you did not have the authority and prestige of the Overwatch Council?" Deng Ziyu felt ashamed and explained, "Sir, the members of our team are mostly old men from the first and second bureau. Sir Wang is best at following people, so he chose us because we are good at this." He thought for a moment and then said, "Sir, I cannot believe that you have to personally deal with this matter today. It is a dereliction of duty on our part. But, could you please transfer some people from the 6th Bureau? They are the true assassins of the Overwatch Council. On the road north, you have seen their abilities. In terms of fighting, they are much stronger than we are." Fan Xian shook his head and did not say anything. He was a little afraid of dealing with the shadow. Occasionally, when he went to visit Qin Pingping, he had seen the assassin appear. Although he was silent, it was clear that the leader of the 6th Bureau of the Overwatch Council was very interested in Fan Xian, who had once studied under Wu Zhu. This interest was not due to the fact that he was gay, it was due to the fact that he wanted to fight Fan Xian. Therefore, he was a little afraid of dealing with the 6th Bureau. In terms of fighting ability, the Tiger Guards that his father had secretly trained seemed to be stronger than the swordsmen of the 6th Bureau. According to Yan Bingyun's calculations, Fan Xian should be able to get his hands on these Tiger Guards in a few days, so he was not in a hurry. "Investigate all the illegal activities of the Baoyue brothel." He quietly gave the order. Deng Ziyu was shocked and asked, "What about the owner of the brothel?" Fan Xian thought for a while and shook his head, saying, "Since the yard is covering for him, we should first attack the outside. First, we will seal off the Baoyue brothel. That will make the man anxious." In fact, he had a feeling that this brothel, which was raking in money every day, had something to do with Li Hongqing. First of all, Sangwen had said that the mistress of the Baoyue brothel had the surname of Yuan. Secondly, he was able to make use of the brats of the public houses. Furthermore, the marriage between Ruoruo and Crown Prince Jing had long been made known throughout the land. If the second prince was using this as a pretext to suppress the Overwatch Council, then that was a possibility. Thinking that the other party might be using this matter, Fan Xian's anger gradually grew. Although he was working to destroy this marriage, he still would not allow anyone to use his and his sister's name. Fan Xian could not help but feel angry. He looked at Sang Wen, who was quietly sitting next to him, and said, "I will have someone escort you out of the city. Once this case is over, you can come back. But first, you will have to write a report. Tell me everything you know." Through his conversation with Sang Wen, he knew that this girl was very thoughtful and well organized. She would be of great help to the Baoyu brothel. Deng Ziyu did not understand Fan Xian's intentions in dealing with the Baoyu brothel. He thought that Fan Xian only wanted to vent his anger and find out who within the Overwatch Council was covering for them. Shi Chanli thought a little more, and he looked at his teacher. After receiving a nod, he spoke to Sang Wen, "Sir, why don't you ask Mu Tai? After all, he is the head of the first bureau. When you were not in the capital, Baoyu brothel was on the rise. If he reminded you, then he must know something." Fan Xian closed his eyes and shook his head. If Mu Tai only reminded me, and did not explain everything, then this matter must have something to do with me, or my family. If he was able to speak up, that would be enough. There is no need for me to drag him into this. Besides, this is such a small matter. If I cannot handle it myself, how am I going to make a name for myself in politics? The carriage fell silent, and the atmosphere was a little strange. After all, everyone had just witnessed Fan Xian strike like a ghost. Now, they looked at this man with a gentle smile on his face, and it felt strange. Fan Xian's martial arts skills, ever since the Nyolan Mountain incident last year, had been known to the world. But the people who had actually seen him fight were few and far between. That was because those people were all dead. So a scene like this one was very rare. Although Fan Xian had warned Mu Tai not to imitate Wang Qinyan's style of flattery, and Deng Ziyu had been listening to him, he could not help but imitate his predecessor's style of doing things. He carefully asked, "Sir, earlier in the Baoyu brothel, why were you so certain that I had so many banknotes on me?" Fan Xian lazily opened his eyes and smiled at him. He said, "Last time, the Chui family gave you 20,000 taels of silver. You said you were worried about your subordinates spending money, so you only gave each of them 100 taels of silver. Here is 3,200 taels of silver. Then, you gave 5,000 taels of silver to Wang Qinyan's family. That leaves you with 11,800 taels of silver." He closed his eyes and said, "You are a thrifty person. Food and clothing are all paid for by the public purse. You even gave Mr. Peng's son's wedding a red packet of 5 taels of silver. After the wedding, you complained to me a few times, saying you wanted to put a stop to this unhealthy practice. It looks like, at the very most, you can only earn 2 taels of silver a month. You and Wang Qinyan are not the same. You have never married, and you are a single man. Where would you put the remaining 10,000 taels of silver? You are such a cautious person, of course you would not leave it at home. Of course, you would carry it with you." Fan Xian laughed and patted Deng Ziyu on the shoulder. "But being thrifty is one thing. The widow next to you is not willing to take her in. Then, you should make a few pieces of jewelry. Don't let a woman think you are stingy and stingy. The Overwatch Council cannot afford to lose face like that." The people in the carriage all laughed. Deng Ziyu looked embarrassed and explained, "Sir, about this silver, I reported it to you before I distributed it. 100 taels of silver is not a small amount." Fan Xian laughed and said, "If you are so stingy, how can you be so generous to the Wang family? He is not your superior right now." Deng Ziyu was silent for a moment, then said, "Sir Wang, he is in northern Qi. I always think that if there is a problem, his family will need the silver. Fan Xian did not expect him to say something like this. He sighed and felt a little touched. If it were an ordinary envoy or student of the Qin kingdom, staying in northern Qi would be very safe. In the words of another world, they would be able to enjoy national treatment. But for a spy like Wang Qinian, who knew what would happen to him in the future? Shi Chanli asked, "Are we really going to the Baoyu brothel tomorrow to ask for the silver?" Fan Xian was thinking about Wang Qinian, who was far away in a foreign land. He thought about the recent news that Sea Lily had entered the palace, and his feelings were complicated. Hearing this, he became angry. The Overwatch Council worked hard for the court, but the princes and nobles in the court were fighting each other fiercely. They even wanted to drag the council into these muddy waters. It was truly a bit hateful. "Of course I am going." He looked at Deng Ziyu and coldly said, "Reveal your identity." "Earlier, when I was talking to that woman, she said that I had ransomed Sang-Wen from the Baoyu brothel, and that I would return her the next day. But then they came to take her. For an enemy to do what he said, we have to be respectful and courteous. Since we said we would get the 10,000 taels of silver tomorrow, then we must get it back," he said without any hesitation. Ting Zijing received the order and prepared to send Sang-Wen to the estate outside the city the next day, when the city gates opened. After taking care of these matters, Fan Xian returned to his room. Inside the quilt, Wan He saw the worry on his face. She felt sorry for him and asked him what happened. Fan Xian did not hide it from her, and he told her what had happened. Of course, using public funds to buy a prostitute was an opportunity to investigate the case, and it was very open and aboveboard. Warner looked thoughtful and said, "There is something strange about this." Fan Xian nodded and said, "I think so too." Warner had lived in the palace for a long time, and she did not know much about the public houses in Shangshu Alley. After all, their status was different, so she said, "Tomorrow, find a chance to ask Xija's mother. Lu Shi grew up in Shangshu Alley, and her family is a public house. She should be able to get some information." Fan Xian's heart skipped a beat, but he immediately denied his own suspicions. Lu Shi was a shrewd and ruthless person, and she would not drag him down while he was still popular. He now had a better understanding of Lu Shi. This woman had always put the interests of Fan Manor and his father first. "Are you going to the Baoyu brothel tomorrow?" Warner frowned and said, "Those children are notorious in the capital. Although you are not afraid of them, you still have to be careful." Fan Xian shook his head and said, "Do not worry about me. I have always been wary of such things." He smiled warmly and said, "When I was a child in Danzhou, what I wanted to do the most was to beat up the hedonistic young masters on the street. But I never got to do that. I never thought I would be able to satisfy my childhood fantasies tonight." Warner gently touched his chest and said, "Danzhou. You must be the biggest hedonist there is." Fan Xian did not respond. He said, "The scariest thing in the world is not a cold-blooded killer. It is those rich and powerful young men who love to kill without asking for a reason. Because a killer must have a reason to kill, and these rich and powerful young men are just reveling in the excitement. If babies could kill, then they would do it for a drop of milk, because babies are at their most instinctive stage. They do not feel guilty, because they do not understand anything. Therefore, the younger the young nobles in the capital, the less reverence they have for the court and the world. The more ruthless they are, the more daring they are. Once this opening is loosened, it will be like the dam in Jiangnan this year, unable to be blocked again." He shook his head and thought of the ruthless young men who fell at his hands. The deepest worry in his heart floated to the surface in his clear eyes. That night, the fight on the street immediately startled many people. The capital government, which was responsible for the security of the capital, bore the most pressure. The young bullies who ran amok on the street, relying on their family background and the generous treatment of the government, had always been ruthless and lawless. This time, they had stopped the street for a fight and ended up in such a wretched state. It was very surprising. The official in charge of investigating the case, after seeing the injuries of the youths with broken bones and tendons, was shocked. He felt a trace of fear and suspicion towards the culprit, Mr. Chin. It was obvious that the culprit did not care about the power of the dukes. Where did this ruthless person come from? Just as Deng Ziyu said, Fan Xian's identity could not be hidden from everyone in the capital. After the details of that night's events were spread out, although the capital government had not yet found out who this Mr. Chin was, the smart ones were able to smell a familiar scent from the men in black who jumped out of the houses on the street. Everyone knew that the young commissioner of the Overwatch Council had a group of people called the Qinian Unit. Let Yuan Meng come back. The second prince of the Qin kingdom had a gentle expression on his face. He said, if you offend Fan Xian, you will not have a good life. The crown prince, Li Hongqing, slowly walked to the window. He felt a chill in his heart. He knew that his cousin was a very meticulous person. He quietly said, no one would have guessed that Fan Xian would go to a brothel. Knowing his stubborn personality, there is no way he would let this go. The second prince smiled and grabbed a dried fruit from the small plate next to him. He peeled off the skin and placed it in his mouth. He slowly chewed and said, the more Fan Xian investigates, the more solid the evidence of the Baoyu brothel is. This will only get more and more interesting. Li Hongqing turned to look at him and coldly said, from the beginning, this was your plan. But, why did you give Fan Xian the opportunity to make a move? The second prince seemed to be lost in thought. After a while, he said, because I am still looking for a way to reconcile with Fan Xian. The Baoyu brothel is the last chance. If Fan Xian is willing to extend his hand, I will sincerely shake it. I want to give him the opportunity to shake my hand. Chapter 288. The capital government was restricted by the second prince's warning, and they knew that the owner of the Baoyu house had a close relationship with the notorious young thugs of the capital. So, they turned a blind eye to the Baoyu house. The Overwatch Council, however, did not have such concerns. Although they did not have the power to investigate the civil affairs of the capital, they used the excuse of investigating the capital government's malfeasance to find a lot of relevant information. Fan Xian sat in his study and looked at the case in front of him. He could not help but frown deeply. There were two owners of the Baoyu house, and they were very mysterious. Not many people had seen them before. As for the way the Baoyu brothel did things, they were indeed extremely daring. They did things ruthlessly and ruthlessly. They had only opened this spring, and it had only taken a few months for them to use both force and money to shut down the businesses of the other brothels. They had forcefully taken many famous prostitutes into the brothel, and their reputation had suddenly increased. In his trip to the Baoyu house, Fan Xian could tell from the details that the owner of the brothel was a master of business. But under the methods of a normal merchant, there was a dark side to this business. Mu Tai was right. In just 1 month, 4 disobedient prostitutes had disappeared. They must have died a long time ago. The Baoyu house did even more dirty things in the dark. They accepted young prostitutes and perverted businesses. Fan Xian's frown deepened, and his heart grew colder and colder. Regardless of whether it was his previous life or this one, the world was always dirty. It was just that the sky above Jingdo in the kingdom of Qing was easier to bring to the surface. The nobles relied on the power and position in their hands to endlessly exploit and oppress the common people. Just like what happened with Baoyu brothel, in the officialdom of Jingdo, it was not an exception, nor was it the first. It was a method that all the nobles were used to accumulating wealth. In regards to the poor, the lowly, and the unjust, In the past, Fan Xian was more of a bystander. He coldly watched the ugly things that happened in the world, and he subconsciously did not think about the unfairness and darkness. He was not the bodhisattva of Guanyin, who saved people from suffering. He had received enough benefits and enjoyment from his position. As someone who had benefited from this, and as a member of the nobles, he naturally chose to be silent and accept it. Silence and acceptance did not mean that he could get used to it. Even though he had been in this jar filled with dirty water for a long time, he still could not get used to it. A mere Baoyu house was not enough to make him change his mind. He might have done something good within his power, such as ransoming Sangwen and suppressing the Baoyu house. He wanted the nobles to be gentler when they did things, and he wanted to reconcile the conflicts between the different classes. But he would not try to react like a thunderbolt. Because a thunderous reaction meant denying everything that the Baoyue house represented, it meant challenging the entire world. Such a heaven-defying thing, only Yi Qingmei seemed to have attempted it before. His mother seemed to have failed in the end. But the Baoyue brothel did not seem to be as simple as a brothel. Fan Xian could already smell the uneasiness hidden within. Deep in his heart, an ominous feeling welled up, and an evil fire was born out of nowhere. So, he wanted to personally go to the Baoyu house to confirm whether or not his judgment was correct. It was a sunny, autumn afternoon. As the leader of the Qinian unit, Deng Ziyu once again came to the Baoyu house. Seeing his lifeless face, the hired thugs of the Baoyu house rushed forward, ready to beat him to a pulp. But when they saw his lifeless clothes, all the thugs took half a step back. It was as if they were afraid of the coldness that seeped out of his clothes. Deng Ziyu was wearing the uniform of the Overwatch Council, so his identity was different. The Baoyue brothel believed that they had the backing of the Overwatch Council, so they would not do anything to offend the Dragon King. They immediately sent out a person of status to respectfully welcome Fan Xian into a quiet room on the 3rd floor. There was a curtain in the room, so it was impossible to see what was behind it. Beyond the curtain was a round table made of Qingzhou stone. It looked very noble. Si Qing'er was full of smiles as she welcomed Deng Ziyu to the table and sat down. She said, "Sir, you are from the Overwatch Council. Last night was very rude. If I had known you were from the Overwatch Council, I would have given Sangwen to you. I would not have dared to accept your banknotes." As she spoke, her eyes looked into the curtain. But she made no move to take out the banknotes. Deng Ziyu knew that there was someone behind the curtain. Perhaps it was the mysterious owner of the Baoyu house. He had been in the Overwatch Council for 8 years, and he had never done business that involved taking advantage of his authority. But Fan Xian had forced him to take back the 10,000 tael banknotes, so he had no choice but to make another trip. After a moment of consideration, he coldly laughed and said, "Lady Si Qing'er is very polite. It is just that last night when I left the house, I bumped into a few dogs. Today, I am here to ask if these dogs belong to the house." Si Qing'er's face did not change, but she was a little worried. Last night, she thought they were from the 13th Yamen. She did not expect them to be connected to the Overwatch Council. The brothers of the second owner used to run amok in the capital, but last night, they were beaten to a pulp by this man. Today, the man had come to her door again, and his words were sharp and unkind. It seemed that it would be difficult to resolve this peacefully. It was a shame that time had been tight, and she had not been able to find out the man's bottom line. Because of some reason, the Baoyu house did not expect Mr. Qin to be Commissioner Fan. But she still did not think much of the mysterious Mr. Qin, and she would not spit out the 10,000 tael banknotes. This was because the person behind the curtain had given her enough confidence. Si Qing'er's face turned cold, and she coldly laughed and said, "Sir, you are very funny. Since when did the Overwatch Council become involved in the business of a brothel?" Shouldn't this be the business of the capital government? If you were bitten by a dog, you should be careful not to get sick. You should go home and rest. Why are you here to take care of our business? She smiled and said, Sir, you are very fierce. Deng Ziyu's face was stern, and he said, Stop talking nonsense. If you do not give me an explanation for what happened yesterday, I will tear down this broken brothel of yours. He had been ordered to come here, and he felt very uncomfortable. But his long years of working in the Overwatch Council made his words sound cold and oppressive. Behind the curtain, someone coughed. Si Qing'er's face darkened, and she slapped the Qingzhou stone table. She angrily shouted, I don't know where this bastard came from. How dare he come to the Baoyu house and extort money from us? The contract was written clearly. You have forcefully bought Sangwen, and yet you are not satisfied. If you do not leave, I will strip you of all your clothes and throw you out the door. I will let everyone in the capital see how ugly you are. Deng Ziyu stared into her eyes, and his ears listened to what was happening behind the curtain. He coldly said, It looks like your brothel is ready to make an enemy of the Overwatch Council. It was just a brothel, and it did not have the right to make an enemy of the terrifying Overwatch Council. But Si Qing'er did not panic. She coldly laughed and said, Do not use the Overwatch Council to scare me. The 6 departments and 3 departments may fall for it, but the Baoyu house will not. Deng Ziyu laughed and said, You have guts. He stood up, looked coldly behind the curtain, and waved his sleeves, ready to leave. Stop right there. It had been quiet, and only 2 coughs could be heard from behind the curtain. Finally, someone spoke. The voice was young, but it carried with it a sense of disdain and power. The green curtain slowly opened, and the owner of the Baoyu house, who had never seen an outsider before, finally appeared in front of the world. Deng Ziyu turned his head, and his eyes narrowed. He did not know who this person was. He did not expect that he would meet with him. He looked at the young man behind the curtain, who was wearing light yellow clothing. Deep in his heart, he felt it was ridiculous. The Baoyu house was the largest brothel in the capital. It was a brothel that opened its doors every day to welcome customers. It was a brothel that was open every night, and its owner was a boy who was not even 10 years old. Deng Ziyu stared at the yellow-robed little boy with his mouth agape. He suddenly furrowed his brows. Although the little boy's identity was not ordinary, he had suddenly become the owner of the Baoyu brothel. It was truly shocking. After a moment of silence, he finally bent his knees and said, Deng Ziyu of the Overwatch Council greets the 3rd prince. The 3rd prince? The youngest son of the emperor was the owner of the Baoyu house. Seeing the Overwatch Council official, who had always had a cruel expression on his face, admit defeat and kneel in front of the 2nd owner, Si Qing'er's lips curled up, and she let out a cold laugh. So what if the Overwatch Council was powerful? They were just a dog of the emperor. Her brothel looked ordinary, but behind it was the youngest son of the emperor. Mr. Deng, is there anything else you would like to say? Si Qing'er's face was full of disdain. Unexpectedly, after Deng Ziyu knelt, he did not wait for the young man to speak. He stood up and spoke with a serious face, I have come under the orders of the emperor to ask questions. The girl has yet to answer. When I return, I will report back to the emperor. As for what happens in the future, the Overwatch Council will be in charge. The 3rd prince was the youngest son of the emperor of the Qin kingdom. His mother was Yi Guipin, who was very favored in the palace. How could a child like him open a brothel? Although this reality was absurd, it was right in front of his eyes. Deng Ziyu's temples jumped, and he suppressed the emotions in his heart. He bowed and said, I will take my leave. The 3rd prince's face was still childish. Seeing that this little official wanted to leave just like this, a wave of anger rushed into his brain. He threw a teacup at him. Although Fan Xian had seen at the city gate that the third prince was young and had a lot of calculations in his mind, he was, after all, still a child. He did not receive the respect he wanted, so he flew into a rage. The third prince walked forward, pointed at Deng Ziyu's nose, and yelled, "You want to leave? Why did you stop investigating? Didn't you want me to pay you back 10,000 liang of silver?" Deng Ziyu had a wry smile on his face. No matter how powerful the Overwatch Council was, they could not compete with a prince for money. But according to the Emperor's way of doing things, the Overwatch Council did not give the prince any face. Fan Xian had warned him again and again last night. Deng Ziyu was the commissioner's trusted aide, and so he did not dare lose face in front of the prince. So, he maintained a polite expression and said, "The matter of the money will be discussed by the Emperor." But the third prince, "It is best that you do not get involved in such places." Si Qinger, who was standing to the side, was shocked. She thought to herself that the Overwatch Council was as arrogant as the rumors said. They did not even give face to a prince. The third prince was only 8 or 9 years old, but he was born into a royal family. The little boy was born with power, and his mind was not simple. He laughed coldly and said, "When did the Overwatch Council become beggars? Asking for money everywhere. How dare you not give me face? Cousin, do you know who this person is?" As he spoke, the half-drawn curtains were pulled back to reveal a group of thugs lying in ambush. Looking at the faces of these thugs, Deng Ziyu's expression froze. He felt that the strength of these thugs was far greater than that of the average thug. And in front of these thugs stood 2 young men. One of them had a ferocious look on his face, and his right hand was bandaged. There was blood seeping from it. It was the man who had his hand pierced by Fan Xian's crossbow the night before. Deng Ziyu's eyelid twitched. He knew that today would not be a good day. But he looked at the person next to the young man who had his hand pierced. His face looked even worse. He was even more shocked than when he found out that the owner of the Baoyu house was the young third prince. He frowned and looked at the chubby young man's left cheek. After a moment of silence, he asked, "Young master, are you also the owner of the Baoyu house?" This chubby young man was none other than Fan Xian's little brother, Fan Xijia. Deng Ziyu did not expect that the Baoyu house that the commissioner wanted to investigate was owned by his own little brother. Compared to the arrogant third prince, and compared to the thugs in the room who wanted to teach Deng Ziyu a lesson, Fan Xijia's face looked particularly ugly. His face was pale, and aside from the occasional glint in his eyes, there was a fear that came from the depths of his heart. He angrily looked at the third prince and said, "You idiot. Do you know who he is?" The third prince was shocked. He thought to himself, "Even if you are my cousin, why are you insulting me?" He angrily retorted, "How dare you insult me?" Fan Xijia gritted his teeth and took a deep breath. He knew what had happened the night before, and so today, he had brought people to take a look. These people who dared to cut off his path to riches were small characters from the 13 yamens. He did not expect them to be people from the Overwatch Council. He closed his eyes and took 2 deep breaths. Looking at the third prince, he shook his head and said, "Look at what you have done." His heart jumped, and he knew that someone was hiding something from him. The third prince and Fan Xijia were cousins. At the beginning of the year, they had been persuaded to open the Baoyu house together. Everything had been smooth sailing, and he knew that his cousin was a genius in business. But he did not understand why he was acting so strangely today. Even if they were people from the Overwatch Council, what was there to be afraid of? He was a prince, and his brother was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. His young face was full of confusion. Fan Xijia sighed in his heart, and then he looked at Deng Ziyu with hope. He asked, "Mr. Chen from last night, was he?" Deng Ziyu calmly looked at the young man. He did not know why, but he felt a little sad for Fan Xizhe, and so he nodded. Fan Xizhe's face was wooden. He seemed to be stunned, but his heart was quickly calculating whether or not he should kill Deng Ziyu in front of him and then quickly escape from the Baoyu brothel. If his brother found out, what would happen to him? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.